A second person suffering from COVID-19 in the United States has died. This is the disease caused by coronavirus. Officials in the U.S. are seeing more signs the virus may have been spreading undetected for weeks now, and they are trying to ramp up testing.
The man died in Washington state where he was a patient in a nursing facility. It appears that many people are sick in that facility, including the first healthcare worker in the United States known to have contracted the disease. At least 2 schools have closed in Washington state, and the governor, Jay Inslee, has declared a state of emergency. We should also mention that new cases of the virus have been reported in New York State, Rhode Island, and California.
Let's bring in NPR health correspondent Rob Stein. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, David.
So an important distinction to make. I mean, we're seeing the numbers tick up now and a second death. But, this could have been an outbreak that is just being detected now, but it could have been happening weeks ago.
Yeah, until last week, all the coronavirus cases we knew about in the U.S. were either all people who caught it overseas or who caught it from someone known to have caught it overseas. The first case in which someone apparently caught the virus in the U.S. through what we call community spread was reported in California at the end of last week. And right after that, another case like that was found in California, along with similar cases in Oregon and Washington state. What's probably really happening is we're finally seeing testing done widely for the first time in this country. Pretty much all the testing for the coronavirus was being funneled through the CDC in Atlanta, but state and local labs finally just got the go-ahead to do their own testing. It's likely that we're just starting to discover cases that have been here for a while and starting to catch new ones quicker. And just yesterday, a new analysis came out of the genetics of the virus in Washington state. It suggests that the virus may have been circulating kind of silently in the state for weeks, and hundreds may already be infected, and we're just realizing it now.
I mean, Rob, I got to ask, why the delay? We've known that this virus, was the outbreak in China. We've been reporting on it, and also suggestions that it could come to the U.S. Why the delay here?
Yeah, so there really have been 2 issues about the testing. One is the first test kits the CDC initially sent to state and local labs, it just didn't work. And the CDC finally fixed that problem, letting states to start to do their own testing. The second problem was that the CDC was using very strict criteria for who could be tested. The agency finally relaxed those criteria. And the CDC says it was restricting testing because of the limited capacity to test. And so there's kind of a need to test only those who were most likely to have this new coronavirus because they had a connection to overseas travel. I talked to Scott Becker about this. He's the executive director of the Association of Public Health Laboratories.
I certainly do wish that the testing was available sooner. There was this very unfortunate challenge in the production process, and it did put us a few weeks behind.
So the worry is we may have lost a kind of a crucial window to contain the virus and let it kind of get a foothold and spread undetected. So the CDC is taking a lot of heat for this and a lot of questions about why we had this big delay when other countries were testing widely for a long time already.
So a lot of important questions to ask, but for the moment, what happens now? I assume a lot more testing.
Yeah, so testing is finally really ramping up now. Dozens of state and local labs are testing, and about 100 should be up and running and testing this week. And the Food and Drug Administration is finally letting other places like hospitals do their own testing. So it wouldn't be surprising if we start finding infections all over the country. This might not mean that the virus is suddenly spreading a lot faster. It could mean that we're just finding the spread that's been going on for a while without anyone really realizing it.
NPR health correspondent Rob Stein. Rob, thanks so much.
You bet, David.
All right, the Democratic presidential field is shrinking.
Yeah, one of the candidates, Pete Buttigieg, returned to his home city of South Bend, Indiana, to give a speech.
I will no longer seek to be the 2020 Democratic nominee for president, but I will do everything in my power to ensure that we have a new Democratic president come January.
That was yesterday. Tomorrow is Super Tuesday. 14 states hold Democratic presidential primaries.
And NPR political correspondent Scott Detrow is in one of those states reporting, Utah, and he joins us from Salt Lake City. Hi there, Scott.
Hey, good morning.
All right, so we heard a little bit from Mayor Pete. We should say, he was not just in the race. He was doing pretty well. He technically won Iowa, came in second, New Hampshire. So, what kind of impact could his departure have here?
Yeah, he bet everything in those states. He succeeded to an extent there that no one would have believed when he entered the race. And he was actually third in the overall delegate race at the time he left, but he was never able to gain momentum anywhere else, particularly in more diverse states like Nevada and South Carolina. There are some signals from Buttigieg and his camp that one big reason he's leaving is to not keep dividing the field in a way that could benefit Bernie Sanders. So you could see an argument that this could really help Joe Biden, particularly in places like California with so many delegates. And there had been a few polls that showed that Biden was right under that important 15% mark about where you get delegates. But right after this happened, I did talk to Sanders campaign manager Faz Shakir, and he made the argument that Buttigieg voters may be more up for grabs. He said, people are far more complicated in their ideology than pundits like to suggest. And surveys on second choice for Buttigieg supporters do show that support going a lot of different ways. Of course, if Buttigieg makes an outright endorsement, that could change things.
Okay, so you mentioned that Buttigieg was third in the delegate count. The candidates who are first and second, Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, coming out of South Carolina, now heading right into Super Tuesday. What does the race look like?
Well, Biden in South Carolina showed that he could win, particularly among black voters in that state, which, of course, are such a key demographic coalition for Democrats. More importantly, for Biden, it changed the conversation, changed the narrative. He showed strength, could talk about a comeback, and we have seen things like that really matter after a year of voters obsessing on electability and a lot of signs that in the first few primaries and caucuses, a lot of voters made up their minds at the very last minute. So both Sanders and Biden are now treating this like a two-person race. Here was Sanders in San Jose yesterday.
Time and again, Joe was on the floor of the Senate fighting for a balanced budget amendment that would have cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and veterans' needs. Now, my point here is not to just be negative about Joe. My point is to ask you all, what campaign is going to defeat Donald Trump?
And Biden is equally increasingly critical of Sanders, so they are both acting like it's a two-person race.
I have to ask you one more thing, Scott. It's about something you tweeted last night. I noticed
Yes.
You wrote, "Did Bernie break up Public Enemy during my hour-and-a-half flight?" What happened?
You could kind of argue he did. It's deeply ironic given his campaign is all about fighting the power. He's been having a lot of performances from music groups. Chuck D performed in L.A. under the billing of Public Enemy. Flavor Flav was not happy. He sent Sanders a cease and desist, which of course made a reference to time in it. So last night, Public Enemy announced they are dropping Flavor Flav and moving forward without him.
When you cover politics, you really cover everything. NPR Scott Detrow. Scott, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so Israelis are back at the polls today. Again, this is their third general election in less than a year.
The last two elections ended in stalemates, with neither side able to form a coalition. Once again, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has his political future on the line. After more than a decade in office and facing a corruption trial that's set to begin in 2 weeks, he's not giving up, wants to keep the job. And
NPR's Daniel Estrin is at a polling site. Hi, Daniel.
Hi there.
So third time voting in less than a year. Can you remind us why we are here?
We are here because Israel's political system is in deep crisis, David. Two big reasons for that. First, there is an inherent weakness in the way elections work here. Neither Benjamin Netanyahu nor his rival, Benny Gantz, have been able to build a majority coalition in parliament, and the system does not force a decisive winner. The other reason for the deadlock is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He faces corruption charges. A lot of his political allies are no longer willing to join his government and stand by his side, and he keeps trying and trying.
So what are voters telling you? I mean, are they saying that they're just sick of voting in general, or are they hanging in there and want to do this until they get a result?
It's amazing. You'd think repeated elections would bring fewer people to the polls, but voter turnout actually increased a bit from the first round to the second round last year. And I'm feeling the same energy this year. Voters realize, though, that, something is wrong about holding election after election. I want to play you a clip from voter Tzvi Shapiro.
There's something called Shitat Matzliach. It's kind of a success method, where it doesn't really matter how you achieve success, as long as you achieve success.
And basically he's saying he thinks there aren't any rules anymore. You just hold election after election to try to win. He blames Netanyahu for doing that. And I want to play you another clip of what a hairstylist told me. His name is Itzik Lotati. He is still undecided, and he, I think, sums up the spirit of where a lot of Israeli voters are.
I love Benjamin Netanyahu. I feel in the body Benjamin Netanyahu. But I think for my
Your head.
head, Benny Gantz, and my body inside Benjamin Netanyahu.
So his body is
Wow.
saying Netanyahu, his head is saying Gantz, and the
That's-
country really is split.
Some voters doing some soul searching, it sounds like. Any indication that results will be different on this third try?
Quite frankly, they may not be. Voters have not really changed their minds. We could see another stalemate, and maybe even a fourth election. There are some factors, though, that could tip the scales here. First of all, voter turnout will be key. Netanyahu has a major operation to get his voters out to the polls. Palestinian Arab citizens of Israel are voting, and they may have a strong voter turnout. They're mostly focused on booting out Netanyahu. And finally, David, coronavirus. There are fears that there are fake news rumors that could be going around about virus outbreaks that could suppress voter turnout.
Wow. All right. NPR's Daniel Estrin covering the third general election in Israel in less than a year. Daniel, thanks so much.
Today is Super Tuesday. People in 14 states will vote in Democratic primaries.
Right, and they are going to have fewer choices. The field of candidates is narrowing. Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg dropped out of the race after Saturday's primary in South Carolina. Then they both endorsed former Vice President Joe Biden at a rally last night in Dallas.
I'm delighted to endorse and support Joe Biden for president.
I am ending my campaign and endorsing Joe Biden for president.
NPR's Susan Davis is in Miami, Florida. She's traveling with Michael Bloomberg's campaign. Good morning, Sue.
Hey, Noelle.
So what do those two endorsements mean for Joe Biden?
Well, it's certainly a good boost going into today's Super Tuesday contest. It certainly seems to be sending a message that the quote-unquote establishment is rallying behind Biden. On top of those two endorsements from his former rivals, former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada came out and endorsed him. And he made the argument in his statement that Biden is the candidate that is in the best position to defeat Donald Trump. I think that it's a good reminder that Bernie Sanders is still very competitive in a lot of these states, but it's shaping up to look more and more like a two-man race between Joe Biden and him.
So how is Bernie Sanders responding to the endorsements?
Well, he happened to be in Amy Klobuchar's home state of Minnesota last night having his own rally, and this is what he said there.
I want to open the door to Amy's supporters, to Pete's supporters. I know that there are political differences, but I also know that virtually all of Amy's support and Pete's support understand that we have got to move toward a government which believes in justice, not greed.
Obviously, an olive branch there to their supporters. You know, I think those endorsements fit into the argument that Bernie Sanders has been making all along. He is the outsider. He's not from the establishment. And if you want dramatic change in this country, he's the only one that can do it. You know, he's also very well positioned in two of the most important states today, California and Texas, home to millions of Latino voters, voters that he proved in Nevada that he can perform particularly well with.
And then there are two more candidates that are certainly worth asking about, Mike Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren. You are with the Bloomberg campaign right now. What are you hearing from them?
Well, today's a big test for Michael Bloomberg. He's running a strategy that has never worked in the modern era. He skipped all four early state contests. Today is the first time he will appear on the ballot in this race. He's run essentially a national campaign, and he's been funded by his own personal fortune. He has spent, Noelle, over $500 million in ads since he entered the race exactly 100 days ago from today. I've been traveling with the Bloomberg campaign in recent days. His strategy has really been to focus on states that other Democrats don't often have time to go to in primary contests. States like Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee. I think he has to win in some combination of states to continue to make the case that he has a path to the nomination. He hinted on a Fox News town hall last night that the only way to it might be a contested convention. One thing we know for sure, he's always going to have the resources to stay in the race. He's never going to run out of money.
And what about Elizabeth Warren? What is she doing at this point to set herself apart?
she's indicating she's not getting out of the race anytime soon, even though she's never had a strong showing in a contest so far. However, she continues to raise a bunch of money. Her campaign put out a memo following South Carolina that said that the path for her is probably also a contested convention. Her home state of Massachusetts is on the ballot today, too, but Bernie Sanders is doing pretty well there.
Okay, NPR's Susan Davis in Miami. Thanks, Sue.
You're welcome.
There are now more than 100 cases of coronavirus in this country.
6 people in Washington state have died from the virus, and there are questions about how well public health officials are responding.
Ann Dornfeld is a reporter with member station KUOW. She's been covering this. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning.
So this is a story that is developing quickly, particularly when we talk about numbers. What's the latest in the Seattle area? What's happening?
Well, right. So 6 people with COVID-19 have died around Seattle, and there have been 18 confirmed cases overall here. More than 200 people are also under public health supervision due to possible exposure. So that means that public health officials are checking in with them often to monitor them for symptoms. Jeff Duchin is the health officer for Public Health Seattle King County, and he said at a press conference that it's really hard to know what guidance to give with such a new virus, like when to close schools or when to tell people to stay away from public places or social settings.
There are so many unknowns in this outbreak right now. We don't know exactly when's the right time to implement it. We don't know exactly how long do we need to keep schools closed or tell people they can't go to work. The idea is to lessen the impact. We know we can't prevent the outbreak.
Okay, so he's not speaking with a ton of confidence there, just pointing to the fact that there's a lot that is unknown. But I want to ask you specifically about schools, because that means a lot to a lot of parents and to a lot of kids. What's been the response so far from the school districts there?
Well, some school districts have already been closing schools for a day when a student or staff member is ill and awaiting test results, or even if one of their family members, if someone at the school has flu-like symptoms. So they typically wait to get test results, and in the meantime, they deep clean the school. Public health officials said that if someone did test positive in one of those schools, they'd have to make a call about when to reopen it. Districts say that they are stepping up their daily sanitation practices, disinfecting school bus seats and doorknobs and desks and computers. They're encouraging students and staff to improve their hygiene. But one Seattle teacher I spoke to said that there really isn't enough time allotted in the schedule at her low-income school.
Even the mundane things like hand washing is not something that I feel we can even fit in, considering the minute requirement that we have for each subject area.
She said there's so much emphasis on maximizing instructional time that there's little time for much else. Seattle School District spokesperson told me that the district is looking at building more time into school schedules during the outbreak for hand washing during the day. Meanwhile, in the northeast suburbs of Seattle, the North Shore School District has closed 2 schools in recent days due to possible COVID-19 cases or exposures. And on Monday, nearly 1/3 of all students in the district stayed home from school. North Shore Superintendent Michelle Reed said there were also nearly 70 unfilled substitute positions on Monday. More staff took the day off, and subs did too.
We're creatively covering classrooms and programs, but it's becoming increasingly challenging to do that in a safe way.
Today, all classes in that district are canceled for staff to get trained in how to teach remotely in the event that schools are closed for weeks or months.
In the couple seconds that we have left, what do public health officials not know yet in terms of stopping the spread?
They really want to figure out how quickly the virus spreads in different settings so they can make their advice about when to stay home and when to close schools and public settings.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ann Dornfeld of member station KUOW, thanks so much for your reporting.
You're welcome.
Israel has had 3 national elections in less than a year. That's because no candidate has been able to assemble a majority in parliament.
But now, with most of yesterday's votes counted, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is closer to another term in office. Although that doesn't mean victory quite yet.
NPR's Daniel Estrin is in Jerusalem. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, Noel.
So how close is Benjamin Netanyahu to winning this election?
Well, at least 90% of the votes have been counted, and Netanyahu is in the lead. It looks like his party won a few more parliamentary seats than his centrist rival. So the right wing is in a better position to lead the next government. But the game is not over yet. Netanyahu still needs to form a parliamentary majority. And at the moment, his right wing and religious Jewish political allies are very close. but they are still short of the 61 seats you need to have a majority in the 120-seat parliament. Like I say, votes are still being counted. It'll probably be weeks before we know whether Netanyahu will be able to form a government.
And not being able to form a government, that's why we've had 3 elections in less than a year, right?
That's right. There's been complete political deadlock here because election after election, neither Netanyahu nor his centrist rival, Benny Gantz, have had enough support in parliament to form a government. And so instead of resigning, Netanyahu has pushed to try again and again. This may be the chance he needs to clinch it. We'll have to see.
He's been indicted on charges of fraud and bribery. You've done a lot of reporting around this. Why are so many people still supporting him?
Well, he's Israel's longest-serving prime minister. He helped reshape Israel's politics as it became more right-wing here. As the economy has been strong, he has a very fired-up base. His rallies are pretty reminiscent of President Trump's rallies. And when I spoke to Netanyahu voters throughout this campaign, they say, despite all of the corruption allegations against Netanyahu, he excels in international diplomacy. He has Trump and Putin on speed dial, as it were. And they spoke about going with their heart, going with their gut, sticking with the tried and true Netanyahu.
I want to ask you about the stakes for Israel. Netanyahu's main challenger, as you mentioned, is a man named Benny Gantz. What will the big difference be for Israel if Netanyahu wins rather than his challenger? What will be so different?
It's a good question. I think one difference, we can look at the question of what Israel will do with President Trump's Mideast peace plan. Netanyahu said in his speech to supporters last night that he intends to annex lands in the occupied West Bank. That would go against most countries' wishes, not to mention Palestinians. He does have Trump's blessing to do that. The question is whether he'll have a stable government to be able to carry out such a major step. Gantz, if he were prime minister, he has said he would not rush into that kind of controversial move. Another goalpost we should look at is the justice system in Israel. In 2 weeks, Netanyahu is scheduled to be in court for his corruption trial. And there are questions about whether, if Netanyahu does clinch this, becomes prime minister, could he and his government seek to curb the powers of the judiciary?
Oh, that's really interesting. And just a last question really quickly. If no coalition is formed, do we do this again?
That is still a possibility, fourth elections.
Okay. NPR's Daniel Estrin in Jerusalem.
It is far from a done deal, but this morning after Super Tuesday, we're a lot closer to knowing who the 2020 Democratic nominee for president will be.
Remember, this started out as the most diverse field of Democratic presidential candidates in history. The frontrunners now are 2 white men in their 70s, both with long political careers, Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders.
Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy.
Tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination.
The voices of Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders after last night's contest. We've got NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson with us to clarify what has happened and what it means going forward. Hi, Mara.
Hi there.
So it was a late night for all of us as we watch these returns come in. Big headline is that Joe Biden needed to do well, and he did, right?
Yes, he did. The big question going in was, would Bernie Sanders end the night on a glide path to a plurality of delegates with an all but insurmountable lead? We came out of the night with Biden with the most votes and delegates so far, and maybe he's on track to get a plurality before the convention. The race is now a 2-man fight for delegates. Yesterday was a test of 3 things: money, momentum, and movement or organization. It turns out money didn't mean so much. Bloomberg spent a ton of it and didn't do very well. In terms of movement and organization, well, Bernie Sanders had that in spades. Joe Biden only had 1 field office in California and 1 in Virginia. In some places he didn't even campaign. It turns out that free media, earned media, momentum really mattered. And that's what Joe Biden had. He had endorsements, and it translated into wins. Who'd have thunk it?
Right.
Historical rules only work till they stop working. That's what we learned last night.
Right. So we should just point out, we hear a lot about the fact that Bernie Sanders took California, Joe Biden came out on top of Texas, two very delegate-rich states, but it doesn't mean that each of those candidates walks away with all those delegates, right?
No, because it's not a winner-take-all system the way the Republicans have. There's a 15% threshold. You don't get any delegates unless you get over 15% of the popular vote. If no one else gets 15%, then you can take all the delegates or a huge amount of the delegates, a bigger percentage of the delegates than the percentage of the popular vote that you got. But if a lot of other candidates get over 15%, then the winner of the state ends up taking a smaller percentage of the delegates than the percentage they got of the popular vote. That's why it's very important to see the final delegate totals. We don't have those yet. But if you win big, you get more delegates than if you win by a smaller margin.
All right, so let's talk about Elizabeth Warren, who did not have a good night. She really needed to do well, or at least have a showing, right?
Needed to do well. She came in third in her own home state of Massachusetts. She lost this place she was born, Oklahoma, and then, of course, that follows her fourth place finish in the neighboring state of New Hampshire. But last night, she did not give any indication of giving up. Here's what she said.
No matter how scared you are, no matter how hard it looks, you get out there and you fight for the people you love.
So what Elizabeth Warren is going to do next is the subject of a lot of speculation. She had talked earlier about maybe a brokered convention. That was her path to the nomination.
Yeah.
But now she's splitting the left lane of the party with Bernie Sanders. Is that what she wants, or will she drop out and endorse him? No one knows.
All right, let's finish on Mike Bloomberg, because this is the first time he actually appeared on any ballot. He has spent an enormous amount of money. He only took American Samoa, a territory, last night. So what happens to his campaign moving forward?
Well, he's reassessing his campaign, but even if he doesn't continue as a candidate, he is still on track to play what could be a game-changing and historic role in the election, because he has said he will spend whatever it takes, billions of dollars if necessary, to support whoever is the nominee of the party, and he'll fund down-ballot Democratic candidates, he'll fund get-out-the-vote drives, he'll fund everything. That's what he says he'll do, and that is pretty significant.
All right, NPR's Mara Liasson on the results of Super Tuesday. Mara, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the World Health Organization says that the death rate of COVID-19, which is the disease caused by the coronavirus, that death rate is now at about 3.4%, which is higher than previously thought. The battle against coronavirus is really happening on a lot of different fronts, including at the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, that's right. The Fed made an emergency interest rate cut yesterday to try to protect the economy from the effects of the virus, but it didn't seem to work. The S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all fell yesterday anyway.
We've got NPR chief economics correspondent Scott Horsley with us this morning. So, Scott, just start with what was supposed to happen? What was the intention of the Fed in making this rate cut?
The Fed was hoping to inject some confidence in the economy and the stock market after the worst week on Wall Street since the financial crisis. This was the first time the Fed had cut rates outside of an ordinarily scheduled meeting, and they cut by 0.5 point, not a 1/4 point as they usually do. They don't have a whole lot of monetary ammunition here, so they wanted to act quickly and dramatically, even though Fed Chairman Jerome Powell acknowledged that this action on its own would not shield the economy from coronavirus damage.
We do recognize that a rate cut will not reduce the rate of infection. It won't fix a broken supply chain. We get that. We don't think we have all the answers. But we do believe that our action will provide a meaningful boost to the economy.
The initial reaction of the stock market was positive. The Dow jumped about 300 points when the news first broke, but the more investors thought about it, the less they liked it, and the major indexes ended the day down around 3%.
Right. So what went wrong? I mean, how did he miscalculate?
Well, it is odd because just a day earlier, the market had jumped 4 to 5% on the promise of just this kind of rate cut. So it's a little bit unusual. I spoke to the chief economist at LendingTree, Ten Dijkep-Fiedze, and he just thinks the Fed missed the mark. This is not the kind of medicine the economy needs to deal with the coronavirus epidemic.
I don't see that a rate cut makes me want to get on a plane or go to a sports stadium or any other kind of economic activity that increases my risk of infections.
Now, futures markets are pointing to the possibility of a rebound on Wall Street today. So there may be some reassessment, although that may also reflect investors' attitudes about yesterday's Super Tuesday results.
Right. So as you have pointed out, there are limits to what monetary policy can do when it comes to something like a public health crisis like the coronavirus. Is there another option for governments to employ?
There is. For example, South Korea is asking for just money to help businesses that are adversely affected by the epidemic. President Trump has been talking about a payroll tax holiday, which was something that was done during the recession. But there's been little follow-up on that from the White House and almost no talk about it on Capitol Hill.
NPR's Scott Horsley for us. Thank you, Scott. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And now some news from the world of medicine.
Yeah, for the first time ever, doctors have used a revolutionary gene editing technique. They're trying to treat a patient by editing that patient's DNA while it is still inside the person's body.
We've got NPR health correspondent Rob Stein with us to explain. Hi, Rob.
Good morning, Rachel.
This sounds crazy. Scientists edited someone's DNA from inside their body? What?
Yeah.
Explain. What does that mean?
Yeah, well, they have literally genetically modified someone from the inside. And here's what I mean. Scientists, they've been using a tool called CRISPR to rewrite the genetic code, to try to treat diseases like cancer and sickle cell.
Yeah.
But until now, doctors have been taking cells out of the bodies, cells like bone marrow cells, editing the DNA in the cells, and then infusing the genetically modified cells back in.
Right.
Now, for the first time, they've tried this entirely new strategy to try to treat someone with a rare genetic disease that destroys their vision.
That is amazing. So what happened? I mean, can you explain in layman's terms what they did?
Yeah, it's really fascinating. A surgeon cut a tiny hole in the patient's eye and then dripped in 3 tiny little drops of liquid containing billions of harmless viruses that were genetically engineered to carry the genetic instructions for creating this CRISPR gene editing tool inside the retina. The CRISPR then hopefully cut out the genetic defect that's causing the disease, letting the cells produce a crucial protein that will hopefully heal the sick cells in the retina and giving the patient the ability to see. Here's Eric Pierce. He's the Harvard doctor running this study.
If we can fix the underlying genetic defect, we have the potential to restore vision to people who never had normal vision before. It would indeed be amazing.
That's phenomenal. So this is a person who couldn't see. Hopefully that their vision is going to be restored. What happens now, Rob?
They just did this procedure at the Casey Eye Institute. It's at the Oregon Health and Science University in Portland. And it's on the first volunteer for a study that's testing this. So the first thing the doctors and scientists are looking for is, whether it's safe. Remember, nothing like this has ever been done before. So they're starting with a very low dose in an older patient who already had extensive vision damage. And they're only treating one eye. And this is all, just to make sure it doesn't backfire somehow, end up destroying whatever vision they do have instead of helping them. But the scientists say this patient could start to see better within, maybe just a few weeks. So doctors are going to be watching really closely, both for any problems and for any improvements before trying this on more patients.
And obviously paying attention, because if it works, I assume it's going to have implications for other diseases, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's one of the reasons scientists are so excited about this. There are many other diseases where you really can't treat them by taking cells out of their body and editing them and putting them back in. And the only way to get to the cells that need to be fixed, for brain diseases like Huntington's disease, maybe some inherited forms of dementia, muscle diseases like muscular dystrophy, is to edit from the inside instead of from the outside.
Yeah.
This is what Francis Collins of the National Institutes of Health said about all this.
All of us dream of what time might be coming where we could apply this approach for thousands of diseases.
He said it's really exciting, and he's looking forward to see what happens next.
Wow, the implications could be huge. NPR's Rob Stein for us this morning. Thank you, Rob. We appreciate it.
We have a portrait of health workers trying to do their jobs as a virus spreads.
They're health workers in Washington state, a center of the outbreak of COVID-19, which is the disease caused by the coronavirus. California declared a state of emergency yesterday after one person there died of the virus. Washington state did so days ago, and in that state, the death toll is now 10. Vice President Mike Pence visits there today as officials take extraordinary precautions. A school district near Seattle is going to hold all its classes online for up to 14 days. Seattle area officials are urging anyone over the age of 60 to stay home, and they are telling everyone to avoid gatherings of more than 10 people.
So what's it like if you're in Washington state and your job is to come in very close contact with people? Will Stone of KNKX in Seattle has been talking with health workers. Good morning.
Good morning.
Who you been hearing from?
I've talked with people you could say are on the front lines of this situation. These are the paramedics, nurses, doctors, and those who are running the local agencies that are spearheading this very big and challenging public health response. And there is concern among healthcare workers, mostly revolving around whether they have enough information to do their job safely and not end up possibly expose themselves.
Yeah, what is the basic situation they face?
Many of the serious cases and deaths are linked to a nursing home east of Seattle called Life Care Center.
Oh, yeah.
Those who've died are primarily in their 70s or older, but public health leaders have been candid that the new coronavirus is circulating here, and it's likely been here for longer than we realized. So just as an example, someone who died last week had been transferred from the same nursing home to a hospital, and that was actually before the first deaths here were reported. And it turned out after the fact we learned that that person had been infected, but we didn't know that at the time.
So if you're a healthcare worker and you're confronted with someone who is sick, you can't be sure what you're dealing with, at least at first. What does that lack of knowledge mean for doctors and their patients?
The state public health agency has managed to improve the capacity to test so people have a little more sense of what they're dealing with. I mean, understandably, people who are sick with flu-like symptoms want to know if they have the illness, and people who believe they may have been exposed also want to be tested. At the moment, that's just not feasible given the capacity here. I spoke to Tova Scofton, who's the chief nursing officer for the Community Health Center of Snohomish County.
Definitely an increase in visits. And then the patients that are coming in to be seen are fearful. They're anxious. They want reassurance that they're not going to get it. And that's not something that we can provide for them.
Scofton says her clinic is now allowed to test anyone they suspect could have the illness, and they're getting lots of phone calls. But if they did that for everyone, they would quickly run out of supplies and kits.
Yeah, well, how does that affect first responders like EMTs or firefighters, say?
They are taking new precautions. There's additional screening when people call 911. And if they come to a call that sounds anything like coronavirus, they just need to assume it is and wear all that protective equipment we've been seeing, gowns, gloves, so on. A bunch of firefighters who responded to the nursing home when there was a cluster of cases, Life Care Center, are now in quarantine. And that's because they responded to calls that did not seem related to any respiratory illness in the days before we learned about the coronavirus outbreak there.
Well, can the first responders not in quarantine still do what they need to do in the community?
At the moment, they're making it work. They have enough staffing. I spoke with Evan Hurley, who's with the Kirkland Fire and was not quarantined. He's still transporting patients this week back and forth from that nursing home and says it's taxing. The department has more than 24 firefighters who are in isolation, and some actually are now showing flu-like symptoms.
You know, we've got a lot of husbands and wives at homes that are having to be either isolated within their own homes, or I know of a few guys that are living in campers in their driveways, and including people with young kids. So there's a lot of stress.
Hurley says that, you know, the best they can do is just wear all the appropriate equipment and just keep an eye out for anything that could be worrisome.
Wow, hard job. Will Stone, thanks so much.
Thank you.
He is with KNKX in Seattle. At this point, the Democratic presidential contest is a question of math. Which candidates can still see a way to add up enough convention delegates to win?
After big wins on Super Tuesday, former Vice President Joe Biden holds a slim delegate lead. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders not far behind. Each campaign is facing challenges even as other rivals back away.
NPR senior political editor and correspondent Domenico Montanaro has been counting. Hi there, Domenico.
Hey there, Steve.
Where do things stand?
Currently, it's Biden with the delegate lead lead with 566 to 501 over Bernie Sanders. Now, look, it's important to note that not all the delegates have been counted yet in California because of how large it is. And not all the delegates have been allocated from Super Tuesday. There's about 300 left to be allocated from Super Tuesday. About half of that's in California. But given how well Biden did outside of California, winning 10 of the 13 other states, he's likely to come away with the delegate lead, if not be a very close split out of Super Tuesday.
Well, Sanders was the clear frontrunner just a few days ago. What has not worked for him?
You know, Sanders has really banked on young voters coming out for him, and the whole theory of his case has been that he can beat Donald Trump because he would turn out record high numbers of voters under 30. But so far that hasn't happened, and even Sanders is acknowledging that. Listen to what he said about this yesterday.
Have we been as successful as I would hope in bringing young people in? And the answer is no. We're making some progress. But historically, everybody knows that young people do not vote in the kind of numbers that older people vote in. I think that will change in the general election. But I am be honest with you, we have not done as well in bringing young people into the political process. It is not easy.
You know, that's a remarkable admission from Sanders. Before Super Tuesday, voters under 30 as a share of the electorate had only gone up in one state, in Iowa. And on Super Tuesday, in every state that had exit polls or entrance polls in 2016, young voters went down as a share of the electorate. So this is big for Sanders. And it may be him, you know, calling out his troops saying, hey, guys, I need you now or I might not be the nominee.
Although we have to note just a week ago, things looked pretty bad for Joe Biden. How deep is his support, really?
Yeah, I mean, look, every time we've thought that we have this race figured out, it's changed. So let's see what happens. But Biden has run up pretty big margins with black voters, which have helped him in the South and the Mid-South. He's winning big margins of older voters and moderates. Sanders, on the other hand, is winning wide margins with liberals, Latinos, and those young voters. When you look at those coalitions, though, and the states coming up, Biden clearly has the inside track here. If those margins hold, you know, Biden is going to be favored in places like Florida and Georgia, which come up later this month, big states, and places like New York and New Jersey next month.
Domenico, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
NPR's Domenico Montanaro. We're going to take you to the border between Turkey and Greece now, where thousands of migrants are stranded.
Yeah, these people are from many countries. Some have fled the war in Syria. Others are from Iran, Afghanistan, elsewhere. They are in Turkey right now, which has encouraged them to actually move on into Europe. But the first country they come to, Greece, hasn't let them in.
Duri Buskaran is on the Turkey-Greece border and has been reporting on this. Hi there.
Hi, Steve.
What have you been seeing?
So where reporters are allowed to get to yesterday, it was a cornfield where these buses from all over the country have been dropping migrants off, and then they're told to walk. Basically, they walk towards the Greek border, and then they're pushed back, sometimes with tear gas, sometimes with live ammunition. The Turkish authorities say at least 3 migrants have been shot so far, some fatally. So under this 2016 EU deal, Turkey was supposed to actively stop migrants from getting into Europe. It used to be very risky. People would leave in the dead of night. Now it's being broadcast breathlessly by pro-government media outlets, and people can go in the light of day. It's almost as if they're being encouraged. Turkey is not actively policing its border anymore.
What are the refugees and migrants then telling you as they try to make this crossing?
I mean, some are actually quite angry. They feel like they're being used as pawns, but they do it because they're desperate. A lot of them have lived in Turkey for a long time. The economy and government policies towards foreigners are making life harder. Here's one father I met. His name is Wali Mohammadi. He's from Afghanistan. And he shows me his 2-year-old son's eyes. They're bright red from what he says was being tear gassed when they tried to cross the Greek border. Here's what he said. Now it's in Dari, and he's telling me and my translator that he's been living in Turkey without papers for 2.5 years, eking out a living, doing farm work, and he says he has no future here. When he heard Erdogan's announcement about the border being open, he used his last savings to get to the border. So now he and his family members, they're 18 in total, they're stuck, they're staying in a mosque, and they have no idea what to do. They didn't know what they were getting into.
Have any people been able to cross the Turkey-Greece border?
Some do make it. The Turkish government claims that 130,000 have made it, but it really seems unlikely. What we're told is that when people try to cross the border, they're loaded onto buses and dropped back off on the Turkish side. Many people have tried multiple times. I met one group camping out by a river. It acts as a border between Greece and Turkey. And at one point, they made it into Greece, but were picked up by police, stripped down to their underwear, and driven back to Turkey. Samihullah Sami, he's from Pakistan. He says his mom had to wire money from Lahore to get money and clothing for everyone. He's saying that Turkish organizations are coming by with tea and donations, encouraging them to stay and saying the border will open. So he's planning to keep trying, even if it takes a month.
Very briefly, might the border be open in a month?
I get this question all the time, and there's no indication that's going to happen, but Erdogan has been successful in getting the EU to the bargaining table on this. What he wants is support in Syria.
Duri, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's reporter Duri Buskara near the Turkey.
New cases of the coronavirus are emerging around the country.
At least 12 people in the United States have died of COVID-19, which is the disease caused by coronavirus. Vice President Pence says that producing enough testing kits to meet demand is a challenge.
We still have a ways to go to ensure that tests are available for any future cases.
We've got NPR's Allison Aubrey in studio with us. Allison, can you just start off by telling us where these new cases are coming out in the U.S.?
Yeah, well, really all over the country. I mean, there are now confirmed cases in 20 states. Yesterday, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan declared a state of emergency after 3 people tested positive. All 3 are in Montgomery County. That's suburban Washington, D.C. There's a husband and wife in their 70s, a woman in her 50s. They're believed to have contracted the virus while traveling overseas. Tennessee has confirmed its first case. Colorado announced its first presumptive positive case. And in California, Governor Gavin Newsom says at least 21 people aboard a cruise ship that is being held off the California coast are showing symptoms. A helicopter dropped test kits to the ship.
So we have heard a lot this week about how slow and limited the testing has been, which has made it hard, right? To know exactly how widespread it is.
That's right.
What is the Trump administration trying to do to fix that?
Yeah, well, I mean, to start with, the president is expected to sign an $8 billion emergency spending bill to combat the virus. The money can be used for lots of things, to develop a vaccine, but also to help state and local health departments with testing. And when it comes to expanding the testing, some academic hospitals are developing their own tests. Commercial options are now expanding very quickly. Quest Diagnostics says it will launch a coronavirus test on Monday. The company says it will be in a position to receive samples from hospitals, physician offices. And the other big company in this space, LabCorp, says it now has a test available. It can be ordered by doctors, other healthcare providers. The results can take 3 to 4 days, and positive results will be reported to local health officials and to the CDC.
Okay, so that may have been slow to start, but at least it's ramping up now.
Exactly, picking up very quickly.
All right, so I want to turn to another aspect of this whole thing, because we've seen school closings in Washington State, which has been the epicenter of the American epidemic.
That's right.
A lot of districts are making contingency plans, but kids aren't really vulnerable to coronavirus, right? So what's this about?
Yeah, well, there are a few confirmed cases among teenagers here in the U.S., and infectious disease experts say as testing ramps up, we'll probably see more. But generally, kids don't seem to be as vulnerable to this virus. That's what we've seen in China. When they get infected, they tend to have very mild symptoms. But it's still important to diagnose them, and here's why. Andrew Janowski told me, he's an infectious disease physician at St. Louis Children's Hospital. He says, look, it's still important to diagnose them.
These children can actually be shedding the virus even if they have very minimal symptoms. So children may be important in the chain of spreading this virus because they may be mildly symptomatic or have no symptoms and be able to spread it to others.
So, I mean, experts say it's possible that children with underlying medical conditions may get really sick if they get coronavirus. So certainly a lot more to learn here.
All right, NPR's Allison Aubrey. Thank you, Allison.
Thanks so much, Rachel.
More More states are voting in the Democratic primary coming up, and Michigan is the biggest.
Yeah, Senator Bernie Sanders is heading there today, adding stops in the state over the weekend as well as he tries to win it. Former Vice President Biden has picked up a lot of momentum. The candidate who receives the majority of Michigan's delegates will get a significant boost.
All right, we've got NPR national political correspondent Don Gagné with us from Detroit, a place he knows well. Hi, Don.
Indeed. Good morning.
So explain why Michigan is so very important for Bernie Sanders in this moment.
Recall that Sanders won the Michigan primary in 2016. It was a big upset victory. It was a turning point for his campaign, and it gave Sanders staying power for the rest of the primary season 4 years ago. This year, Sanders needs Michigan to help him regain some kind of momentum, especially in a delegate-rich state after Joe Biden's unexpectedly big showing in those Super Tuesday states. So Sanders is really hoping to repeat the 2016 magic and make up some big ground in delegates.
You've been talking to voters, as you do. Can you introduce us to one couple I understand you met?
I can. This was in one of Detroit's blue-collar suburbs, Garden City. This is Larry and Antonia McCool. He's 58, a member of the Carpenters Union. She is retired, a former fast food restaurant manager. Now, they get along great, I'll say that. They just disagree. She likes Joe Biden after earlier supporting Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg. She thinks Biden can win.
We are in a situation where everything is on the line. I mean, Trump has gone to so many extremes to take our democracy away that it is absolutely essential that we get a Democrat in the White House.
Now her husband, Larry, just like he did 4 years ago, he supports Bernie Sanders.
I hate to say it, but it's like status quo Joe. I mean, the fossils are coming out.
Bernie's up there in years, too.
Bernie's up there in years, but his train of thought is younger.
Okay, both say they will vote for the Democratic nominee. No question there.
So as we head into Tuesday's primary, what are you going to be watching for on the ground?
Well, there hasn't been a ton of polling. It has looked like a close race, but it seems clear that Joe Biden definitely has some momentum. Bernie Sanders is campaigning more heavily here. He's adding events. He's skipping other states so he can be in Michigan more. He is running sharp attack ads all over television. He's going after Biden for supporting NAFTA and other trade deals that are unpopular, especially with auto workers and union members here. There have been a wave of endorsements for Biden. The current governor, Gretchen Whitmer, and former Governor Jennifer Granholm, just to name two very prominent ones. Recall, too, Biden has auto industry cred, having been part of that fight to save GM and Chrysler.
Just briefly, have you talked to any Warren supporters? I mean, anyone out there saying who they'll vote for now that Warren's out?
The mood is they wanted her to stay in. This is all happening really, really fast.
All right, NPR's Don Gagné in Detroit ahead of Michigan's primary on Tuesday. Don, thank you.
My pleasure.
There is a ceasefire in Syria for now. Turkey and Russia called an end to the fighting there starting at midnight last night.
This remains complicated to say the least. Turkish forces have been fighting in Syria. They are fighting the Russian-backed Syrian regime in Idlib. The latest violence has pushed more than 1 million Syrian civilians toward the Turkish border, which is closed to them, and that creates what UN officials call the biggest humanitarian disaster in the world right now.
We've got NPR's Jane Araf on the line with us from near the Turkish-Syrian border. Jane, what do you see? What does it feel like? Is the ceasefire holding?
Well, Russia, which is Syria's ally, says it is, and Syrian opposition monitors also report that the airstrikes on either side, on both sides, have stopped. It was Russian President Vladimir Putin, along with the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who hammered out the ceasefire yesterday in Moscow to stop the fighting in northwest Syria. But just a few hours before it took effect, there was intense fighting, with Turkey retaliating for a Syrian strike on Turkish forces, because there's really a lot at stake here. Idlib province is the last opposition-held territory in a war that's gone on 9 years. And so basically what's happening now is described as a tense calm.
The humanitarian situation is so bad. What effect is the ceasefire going to have on those people?
You're absolutely right. It has been almost unbelievable. And we spoke with the senior UN official, Mark Cutts, who's the deputy regional humanitarian coordinator for the Syria crisis. He says the ceasefire is a good start, but that more measures are needed to protect civilians. And he says even if it holds, the suffering isn't over.
Well, unfortunately, it's going to take a long time to rebuild. We're not going to see people immediately being able to return to their areas. Many of them come from towns and villages that have now been completely demolished. We have a very difficult period ahead.
So they're stranded because there's nowhere else to go. These are civilians who are trying to get away from the airstrikes and attacks, trying to keep their children safe. And they're pushed up against that border with Turkey. Here's Mark Cutts again.
These people are really now trying to get to a safe place, but Turkey is not taking in more refugees. There's a wall that they cannot cross, and they are stranded in a war zone. These are 3 million people who are trapped in a war zone.
So the big concern is shelter. It's warmer now, but there are thousands of people still sleeping out in the open, including a lot of children. There are more than 80 hospitals and health centers no longer operating, some of them hit by Syrian and Russian airstrikes. There's very little sanitation. There's no sign yet of the coronavirus there, but there are fears it could start.
But so just practically speaking, in the hours and days to come, where do they go?
This is so complicated partly because in 9 years of war, almost 4 million Syrian refugees have fled to Turkey. So imagine 4 million people suddenly arriving, and most of them arriving in towns and cities where there's already a lot of poverty. So Turkey wants them out. It invaded Syria in October with the intention, partly, of pushing at least some of them back across that border. And it wants them to go home. But as the UN says, these people won't be able to go back. There's nothing to go back to. Their homes have been destroyed. The fighting and the displacement have destroyed farmland. The harvest is largely gone. They've been displaced multiple times. It has left people in a very desperate situation.
NPR's Jane Arraf reporting from the Syria border with Turkey. Jane, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
After days of floating at sea, the Grand Princess cruise ship is set to dock today in California.
Yeah, there are around 3,000 people on board, and at least 20 of them have tested positive for COVID-19. And the thing is, not all of them have gotten the test yet. Here's one passenger. Her name is Debbie Loftus.
They haven't even tested us yet. So there's another question is, are we going to be tested while we're still on the boat, or will we tested as we get off, or we'll test it at the military base? There's just a lot of questions and not enough answers right now.
At this point, there are 500 cases in the United States in total, and more than 20 people have died.
Okay, let's talk about the latest with coronavirus with NPR's health correspondent Rob Stein. And Rob, let's start with this cruise ship. What is happening there in Oakland, California?
Yeah, so David, the ship is expected to dock in Oakland today. It's carrying passengers from all over, dozens of countries and across the U.S. More than 20 people on board have already tested positive for the virus, so authorities have set up a system to get people who need to be hospitalized off first, and then they're going to quarantine the others at military bases in different parts of the U.S.
Okay, so that's one ship. Let's talk about the broader picture here as a new week starts. What do we know at this point about coronavirus in the United States?
So far, the West Coast continues to be hit hardest. There are more than 200 cases between Washington State and California alone. But this is far from just a West Coast problem. Cases have been found in at least 34 states now. More than 100 cases have now been reported, for example, in New York State. And the first case was reported in Washington, D.C. over the weekend, along with several other cases nearby. And that includes someone who attended a conservative conference outside Washington that was also attended by President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence. In fact, 2 lawmakers self-quarantined following that conference, Texas Senator Ted Cruz and Arizona Congressman Paul Gosar.
Okay, so we were talking about that we might see numbers really start to increase rapidly in the U.S. That seems to be happening. Explain what might be going on.
Yeah, so there was this big delay with testing, but testing is finally really ramping up in this country. So we're finding cases now almost everywhere where we look, and that's probably going to accelerate even faster now as testing really starts to take off and the virus spreads as well. Almost every state lab is now testing, and more hospitals are testing, and federal officials over the weekend claimed that more than 1 million tests the government's been promising for a long time now are finally being shipped out around the country. Big commercial testing companies are starting to test, so you could see that, this all adds up to a scenario where numbers could really start to shoot up even faster now.
So if the numbers are starting to increase at a higher rate, I mean, are we at a point where officials are going to have trouble ever containing it, or is that still possible?
Public health workers around the country are doing what they've been doing now since the get-go. They're scrambling to spot infected people early and to isolate them and quarantine people as fast as they can. The idea there is to prevent, any chains of transmission from continuing, trying to break those chains and contain the virus. But that sort of thing only goes so far. And so broader societal measures, so-called mitigation measures, are also needed. Here's Anthony Fauci from the NIH.
I don't think it would be as draconian as nobody in and nobody out, but there'll be, if we continue to get cases like this, particularly at the community level, there will be what we call mitigation, where you'll have to do essentially social distancing.
So, more and more Americans could see their daily lives get disrupted as officials try to contain this virus.
And a lot of difficult decisions officials might have to make going forward.
Yeah.
NPR health correspondent Rob Stein. Rob, thanks so much.
You bet, David.
All right, now, Saudi Arabia has cut oil prices, and this is due in part to the coronavirus.
Here's what's going on. Demand for oil has dropped because people are traveling less and all these events are being canceled. That makes Saudi Arabia nervous because its economy revolves around oil. So you would expect it to cut supply and drive the price back up. Instead, it plans to flood the market, which will affect other countries that produce and sell oil, including the United States and Russia.
And let's bring in NPR's correspondent who covers cars and energy, Camila Domonoske. Good morning, Camila.
Good morning.
So this is a complicated but incredibly important economic story. So walk us through exactly what's happening.
Right. So it starts with the coronavirus. And you think about all the things that are done to slow the spread of a pandemic. They involve people traveling around less, stuff traveling around less. That reduces the demand for fuel. So prices go down, and that hurts producers like Saudi Arabia. So yeah, Saudi Arabia really wanted to push the price of oil back up. That meant cutting production across the world, not just by Saudi Arabia. And there was a big effort for weeks to get OPEC and its allies to agree on production cuts. Saudi Arabia was leading the charge there. This is why OPEC exists, right? It's a cartel of oil producers that tries to stabilize prices when something like this happens. But OPEC isn't as powerful as it used to be, and it can't act alone and change markets anymore. It needs help, and specifically it needs Russia. For several years now, Russia's been going along with cuts that are agreed upon by OPEC and giving some more oomph to those decisions. And this time, Russia said no. Russia was not going to cooperate with cuts to production. And after Saudi Arabia lost that fight and talks broke down late last week, Saudi Arabia said, okay, fine. If we can't keep prices high, we'll push them as low as we possibly can.
Okay, and what is the impact of that potentially?
Well, low prices hurt all oil producers. And I think it's worth emphasizing they hurt Saudi Arabia too, right? But this is a weapon. It's literally called a price war when you follow this strategy. Saudi Arabia is making a bet here. They have so much oil and they can produce it so cheaply that they figure they can wait out the competition, grab some market share, and push Russia back to the table to negotiate for long-term cuts. In the meantime, this hurts a bunch of countries with economies that rely on producing oil, and it also hurts producers in America.
And we're already seeing the impact of this, right? I mean, after Saudi announced that it would slash prices and start flooding the market?
Yeah, markets went a little haywire. I mean, the first thing that happened was crude prices plummeted 30%. This was the largest drop in years, almost 3 decades. And then this also had effects across other markets. At one point, Dow futures dropped 1,000 points. S&P 500 futures dropped so fast it triggered these automatic protections that put limits on trading. There were reverberations across the world.
So questions about whether this is a negotiating tactic and Saudi can talk to Russia again. But assuming this remains in place for some time, what happens now?
Well, the question is how low oil will go. But you also have to remember the reason for this crisis in the first place, which is that the coronavirus was suppressing demand for oil, right? So there's a question about if Saudi Arabia is trying to flood the market with cheap oil, who's even going to buy that? And that means consumers won't feel as much of a benefit as they might otherwise, because if you're not driving or flying, you don't get a benefit from cheap fuel.
NPR's Camila Domonoske, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So Bernie Sanders last night was visiting one of the great college towns of the United States.
Ann Arbor, Michigan. Here's
Right.
Sanders at a big rally.
We are capable of making sweeping change if we have the courage to do it.
Michigan is one of 6 states where people will be voting tomorrow. There are 5 primaries and a caucus.
And let's catch up with NPR political correspondent Scott Detrow, who is following all of this. He is in St. Louis, Missouri, which is another state that is going to be voting tomorrow. Hi there, Scott.
Hey, good morning.
Let's start with Michigan. Why is so much focus on Michigan as really a big one to watch?
2 big reasons. The simple one, it has the most delegates at stake, 125 pledged delegates, which is more than the current lead that Joe Biden has over Bernie Sanders, though, of course, they're still figuring out some delegates from last week from California, and the other state's still sorting through its votes. More importantly than the delegates, though, this is a state with huge symbolic importance. First, for Bernie Sanders, this was the site of his biggest upset win in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. And also, of course, in November of 2016, Democrats lost Michigan for the first time in a generation. And this entire campaign has really been an argument over which candidate is best positioned to take on Donald Trump in the places like Michigan that flipped from Democrat to Republican in 2016. So Sanders had that big rally in Ann Arbor with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And in one interesting moment to me, he's really gone from predicting that each week there'll be record turnout, young voters swarming the polls, to kind of urging, even almost begging young supporters to show up and vote for him.
Tell them to stop complaining and to stand up and fight back.
So that's Sanders there urging people at the rally to make sure their friends get out and vote. His team is essentially conceding this is a must-win state, and you've seen him cancel events in other states, like here in Missouri, to spend more time on the ground in Michigan.
Well, Scott, I mean, this basically became a 2-candidate race after Super Tuesday. As you've been watching this, what has stood out to you as you've been watching Sanders and Joe Biden?
Yeah, Joe Biden has been on the campaign trail the last few days in Missouri and Mississippi, but it's interesting to me he actually hasn't been doing a ton of campaigning. It's almost like a sports team with a big lead in the fourth quarter, taking it a little conservatively, which sometimes doesn't work out for those teams with a big lead, as we know, focusing on rolling out all these endorsements that keep coming in. He'll be in Michigan today, campaigning there for the first time before this vote with California Senator Kamala Harris, who's the latest high-profile Democrat to endorse him. And Sanders is actually switching things up a little bit today, too. He's going to hold a roundtable on coronavirus in Detroit. That's not the type of thing that Bernie Sanders typically does, and this is one of the first few acknowledgments, other than a line at a rally here or there, about this enormous story that keeps spreading, but so far has really stayed out of presidential politics.
So apart from Michigan, I mean, what does the landscape look like in all of these states tomorrow?
A couple interesting things to watch. Both Washington State and Idaho have switched from caucus to primary. That is a switch that even though Bernie Sanders was the driving force in getting rid of a lot of caucuses, that has actually hurt him in states he won big in caucuses. He's had a harder time in primary. So that's one thing to watch. Also voting in Mississippi and Missouri and, of course, Michigan.
NPR's Scott Detrow covering the presidential campaign. He's in St. Louis. Missouri is one of the states voting in another big voting day tomorrow. Scott, safe travels, and thanks so much.
Worries about the coronavirus are hitting the global economy hard.
And across industries. Think about all the empty flights, canceled classes and conferences, and canceled concerts. And then yesterday, the stock market slid so dramatically after the opening bell that it triggered circuit breakers and trading was briefly suspended. After that happened, President Trump said he has plans that will bring Americans at least some economic relief.
We're going to be meeting with House Republicans, Mitch McConnell, everybody, and discussing a possible payroll tax cut or relief, substantial relief, very substantial relief. That's a big number.
Okay, what did he mean by that? NPR's chief economics correspondent, Scott Horsley, is with us to help explain. Hey, Scott.
Good morning, Noel.
So very substantial relief, President Trump says. What is he talking about?
Well, we're not entirely sure. He was kind of short on specifics yesterday. He did promise to say more about the details today after some consultation with lawmakers. But he did float some ideas. You heard him talk there about a payroll tax cut. The White House has also talked about help for industries like airlines and cruise lines that have been very hard hit by the coronavirus outbreak. Also, small business loans for other businesses that are being affected. And, importantly, some help for workers who don't have sick leave and otherwise might feel economic pressure to keep going to work even if they fall ill, which, of course, is not what you want if you're trying to slow or stop the spread of the virus.
Scott, we've reported a lot about the stock market slide, as you do. But one of the things it sounds like the president is trying to address is that there are people who are not so much worried about their investments, if indeed they have them, or their 401ks. They're worried about their paychecks. They're worried that they're going to be laid off.
That's right, and the administration seems to be trying to address Main Street here as well as Wall Street, although House Speaker Nancy Pelosi took a swipe at the president's proposals, saying they seem more targeted at propping up the Dow Jones than helping the Jones family. Democrats on the Capitol Hill are skeptical about a payroll tax cut, although it is a way to get some more money into the economy, and it was done during the recovery from the Great Recession. It's relatively slow, and it only helps people who are on the payroll, not those whose jobs have been disrupted by the outbreak. The president's own advisors have also said, though, he is interested in helping people who don't have sick leave, and that's one area where you see some agreement between the administration and Democrats on the Hill.
What does the president need in order to get this done? Would he have to work with Congress?
He is going to have to work with Congress for much of this. There might be some steps the administration could take on its own with existing legislation, things like those small business loans, for example. But much of this would take cooperation from Congress. And interestingly, you heard the president talk about meeting with Mitch McConnell, the Senate leader, and meeting with House Republicans. He didn't talk about meeting with House Democrats, who, of course, are in the majority and would have to go along with many of these things. There does seem to be some agreement at both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue that the economic threat posed by coronavirus is severe enough to warrant some government action, but not much agreement yet on what that action should be.
It is still very early in the morning. The markets haven't opened yet, but are there signs that what the president said has been enough to calm investors down a bit?
For the moment, it certainly seems to be helping. Stock markets in Asia and Europe were up overnight, and the futures market in this country suggests that the U.S. market's going to open up and claw back some of those big losses from yesterday.
NPR's Scott Horsley. Scott, thanks so much.
You're very welcome.
All of Italy is a coronavirus red zone.
That's right. In an effort to contain the virus, Italian Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte asked the nation's 60 million residents to stay home except for essential work or emergencies. More than 9,000 cases have been confirmed now in Italy, and over 450 people have died.
NPR's Sylvia Poggioli is covering the story from Rome. Hey, Sylvia.
Hi there, Noelle.
So a red zone for the entire country. What does that actually mean for daily life for Italians?
Well, it's not the full lockdown like the one we saw in China, but it's probably the most draconian measure ever taken in a Western country, at least in peacetime. This is how Conte put it to the Italian people.
La decisione giusta oggi è di restare a casa.
He said, the right thing to do today is to stay home. Our future and that of Italy is in our hands. He focused primarily on young people who tend to socialize a lot, especially in the evenings. He told them they're going to have to hunker down for the good of their families, their grandparents, and the nation. So museums, cinemas, theaters, gyms are closed through April 3rd. Schools and universities are closed. Bars and restaurants can stay open till 6 p.m. Soccer matches are suspended. Malls and supermarkets are closed on weekends. And freedom of movement from one municipality to another will require signing a police form, self-certifying why you're traveling, and the only justifications are work, health, and emergencies, and violators can risk up to 3 months in jail or fines of about $200.
Okay, that sounds quite serious. How are these restrictions going to be enforced? I mean, are you seeing like police out in the streets asking people where they're headed?
Well, we're looking now at what was done in the north where the first big restrictions were set in. And we saw police and soldiers were posted at train stations in Milan, stopping people who want to leave. They have to show the police form I mentioned, giving the reasons why they want to leave. There have been cases, the newspapers today reported some cases of violators, 2 young women who said they had urgent need to go to Sicily, but then when they got there, posted their photographs and, bragged about breaking the cordon sanitaire. So they've reported to the police. But yesterday, another town, not under restriction, introduced this method of keeping the population at home. We might hear more announcements like this. This is a police van in the town of Chiavari in the Liguria region, and the police agent with the loudspeaker is saying, we call on citizens to stay home as much as possible for this coronavirus emergency.
That is not entirely unscary to just hear that voice blaring from a loudspeaker. What's been the public reaction so far? Are people freaking out? Are they doing okay?
Well, it's still early, but if we look at how Italians in the North reacted to the first round, I'd say they got the message. They've taken it very seriously. I think Italians are even surprised themselves at how obedient they've been. There was one big exception, and that was there were a lot of prison riots, inmates protesting suspension of family visits. 6 inmates died, several escaped from one prison. I happen to live next door to the Rome prison, and I heard shouting from both inmates inside and relatives outside. But I think basically we hear now that these restrictions have been imposed because the government, the opposition, everybody's listening to doctors' insistence that quarantine is the only way to curb the spread of the virus.
And just quickly, are you going outside today?
I definitely will.
You have to work. NPR's Sylvia Poggioli. Thanks, Sylvia.
Thank you.
Six states hold contests today in the Democratic presidential race.
That's right. And the top 2 contenders are former Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Bernie Sanders. Both men want to prove that they are the one to unite Democrats and beat President Trump in November. This is Joe Biden at a rally in Detroit, Michigan.
Folks, there's nothing we've ever failed to do when we set our mind to it. Everybody knows who Donald Trump is. We have to let them know who we are. We choose hope over fear. We, Americans, choose unity over division.
And we should say Democratic Senators Cory Booker and Kamala Harris, who were once Biden's rivals in the race, joined him on stage.
All right, NPR political correspondent Asma Khalid is in Columbus, Ohio. Ohio votes next week. Hey, Asma.
Hey, Noelle.
Okay, so tonight is going to be a big night for Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, right?
It is. Joe Biden won 10 states in Super Tuesday last week, and that was just a remarkable shift in his political fortunes and, frankly, a really mind-bendingly quick amount of time. That gave Biden the lead in delegates, and our last count shows he's now up by 96 delegates. So he's really looking to solidify his frontrunner status today and essentially prevent Bernie Sanders from showing that he has a path to a comeback. I would say the most crucial state for both of them is Michigan. It has the largest number of delegates at stake, but it's also about the political symbolism of that state. Recent polling shows Biden pretty comfortably in the lead here, but in 2016, Sanders defied the polls and he beat Hillary Clinton there. So I would say if he is to mount a comeback, he really needs to do that through Michigan. And I would say, both of them want to show that they can boost key demographics that Democrats need in a general election, because I'm sure you recall, Trump actually won Michigan during the general election in 16.
That's right. Michigan has 125 delegates, like you said, the most. So what else is at stake today? What other states are big?
Mm-hmm. So Sanders has been doing fairly well out west, and particularly in states that have large white liberal voting bases in the Democratic primaries or caucuses. He's expected to do pretty well in North Dakota, Washington State, and Idaho. We've also got Mississippi and Missouri, both states that have sizable African-American voting blocs, and Biden has shown that he has a particular strength with black voters. Mississippi actually has a larger percentage of African-American voters than South Carolina, so he's expected to do really particularly well in that state.
As you mentioned, after Super Tuesday, Joe Biden definitely looks like the front runner. Has Bernie Sanders done anything to try to change the momentum?
So my colleague Scott Detra, who's been with the Vermont senator, has been reporting that these last couple of days have felt so different, that Sanders had this campaign that felt so confident in its strategy about bringing out non-voters, and now it feels like it's scrambling. They had to cancel events to make sure that they could have more time in Michigan. And he's been trying to present starker contrast between himself and Biden, pointing out that they have different views on trade, which again is a particularly salient issue in the manufacturing-heavy state of Michigan. He also needs to chip away, though, at Biden's strength with black voters, and that is going to be difficult.
Just quickly, how important are all these endorsements that Biden is getting, people like Senators Booker and Harris?
Noelle, it's always hard to gauge the impact of endorsements, but we do know from polls that there have been a large share of late deciding voters and that they have been going more for Joe Biden. So what I will say is it's unclear, but we will have more clarity after tonight.
NPR's Asma Khalid. Thanks.
The first 3 contests in the Democratic primary seem like a lifetime away. Joe Biden did so badly in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada that political pundits started to talk about whether he would ever be able to turn it around. He did just that on Super Tuesday and again in primaries last night.
Tonight, we are a step closer to restoring decency, dignity, and honor to the White House. That's our ultimate goal.
So the former vice president decisively won 4 of yesterday's contests, and that includes Michigan. That state's 125 delegates were considered a must-win for Senator Bernie Sanders to keep up in the race. Biden is now even further ahead of Sanders, and at the end of the night, Biden tried to make it sound like the nomination is a done deal.
And I want to thank Bernie Sanders and his supporters for their tireless energy and their passion. We share a common goal, and together, we'll defeat Donald Trump.
NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson was watching it all and joins us this morning. Hi, Mara.
Hi there.
I mean, we said this after Super Tuesday. We say it again. What a turnaround for Joe Biden.
What a turnaround for Joe Biden. This race is not decided yet, but Joe Biden's coalition appears to be broad and durable. His lead, if not insurmountable, is getting very, very hard to overcome. And Bernie Sanders' coalition once again failed to show up, particularly young voters. He had said that he was going to be able to turn them out in huge numbers, but they just haven't been doing that.
Right. So we saw both campaigns actually last night, Biden's and Sanders, cancel big rallies that were supposed to happen in Ohio because of the coronavirus. That did not stop Biden, though, from giving a victory speech in Philadelphia last night. Let's listen to more of it.
And at this moment when there's so much fear in the country, and there's so much fear across the world, we need American leadership. We need presidential leadership that's honest, trusted, truthful, and steady.
So he clearly wants to make this a two-person race now himself against Donald Trump. What did you take away from his speech last night?
Well, I think that clip played it all. You know, we have said it all. We've seen a lot of different types of Joe Biden speeches. Some of them are rambly, some of them are shouty. But this one was purposefully calm, sending a very clear message in a crisis. He's going to give a whole speech tomorrow on the coronavirus. But that speech was meant to stand out as a contrast to Donald Trump's sometimes chaotic leadership style. The speech was calm, purposely steady and serious. It was a presidential speech, even down to the atmospherics. He gave it in Constitution Hall in Philadelphia. He and his wife, Jill, were dressed a little more formally than they have been on other primary nights. Everything about his speech last night was meant to meet the moment. The moment, of course, is a public health crisis, not just a primary.
Right. So let's talk about Bernie Sanders. I mean, he did not speak last night.
No, he went home to Vermont. He didn't speak. It's hard to see a path ahead of him, given that the states next week are also hard for him, in particular Florida, where his praise for Fidel Castro has created a backlash. But if we've learned anything, there can be big unexpected curves ahead, so this race is not over yet.
NPR's Mara Liasson, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Will a 1-mile containment zone stop the spread of coronavirus in the city of New Rochelle, New York?
Yeah, more than 100 cases have been confirmed in that community just north of New York City, making it the largest cluster of cases now in the United States. New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo called in the National Guard to support people living in this containment area. Troops are going to be delivering food to residents who are confined and will clean public gathering spaces.
This will be a period of disruption for the local community. I understand that. This is a public health decision, and this is literally a matter of life and death.
So this new policy goes into effect tomorrow and will remain in place through the 25th of March.
We've got Brian Mann with us now of North Country Public Radio, and he was in New Rochelle yesterday. Brian, can you just start off by explaining how the containment zone, how this is supposed to actually work in practice?
Yeah, so what state officials have done here, Rachel, is they've drawn a big circle with a 1-mile radius that centers on the synagogue in New Rochelle, where a lot of these cases seem to have originated. Inside that area, more than a half dozen schools will close, churches, all gathering places shut down. No big groups of people will be allowed. Now, this isn't like what we've seen in Italy or China. People can still leave their homes, they can go shopping, and even leave the area if they choose. But the hope is that by limiting clusters of people, they're going to help break the chain of transmission.
So what was it like there?
People are scared. I mean, in much of the country, including here in New York City, where I am now, coronavirus feels still kind of unreal. It's invisible. People not sure how big a deal it's going to be. But there in New Rochelle, it is changing people's lives right now. People keep getting sick. I spoke yesterday with Rita Mabley, who runs one of the nursing homes in the area where visitors have been banned from seeing their loved ones.
We do have some families that are very angry at not being able to visit mother or father. And I understand that, and I so empathize with that.
But, she says the risk of elderly people being exposed to this virus is just too high right now in this community.
Oh, that would be hard. So, let's just take a second and talk about the economics of this, because the global economy has obviously taken a massive hit. I can only imagine the local economy in New Rochelle has seen an effect.
Yeah, it's really hard. The streets are empty, shops empty. The cost of managing this outbreak is spiraling upward. I spoke with New Rochelle's mayor, Noam Bramson, yesterday, and he says as this drags on, it's getting harder and harder on people.
Particularly those who are quarantined, having their lives disrupted in terms of work and school and normal interactions with their neighbors. At the same time, I'm very proud of how our community has risen to the challenge.
More broadly, Rachel, calling out the National Guard is the kind of thing that could contribute to volatility on Wall Street. New York State as a whole relies on Wall Street for tax revenue. Governor Cuomo says he's asking state officials to reevaluate how this epidemic could affect a state budget that already had a $6 billion deficit even before coronavirus hit.
Wow. North Country Public Radio's Brian Mann has been reporting on the situation in New Rochelle, New York. Brian, thanks. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, to Syria now. U.S. troops in the northeastern part of that country are tasked with a new mission, keeping oil fields safe from Russian and Syrian forces.
Right, so this is the region where last year American and Kurdish forces defeated ISIS, but hundreds of U.S. service members are still on the ground there.
All right, let's talk more about what they're doing with NPR's Pentagon correspondent Tom Bowman, who has been traveling with some of those American forces in northeastern Syria, and he joins us now from northern Iraq. Tom, good morning. Explain this. American troops are in Syria protecting oil fields from the Syrian government. Why?
That's right. Well, Rachel, if you remember, President Trump wanted all U.S. forces out last fall, but agreed to keep a small number, about 600 or so, to secure these oil fields, not only from ISIS, but also from Syrian government and Russian forces as well. Now, they want the Kurdish forces, who they're working with, to use the proceeds from the oil to pay for their operations against ISIS, and also as leverage for any future political deal with the Syrian government. Now, it's all gotten more complicated here after Turkey invaded last fall, and together with its Russian allies, pushed out the American forces, reducing their presence by about half to an area really roughly the size of Vermont. Now, when we were in Syria last week, we were with soldiers from the West Virginia National Guard. They actually came under attack guarding these oil fields from armed drones. A handful of mortars were dropped and narrowly missed them. U.S. investigators say the bombs were sophisticated. And Rachel, get this, some of the components, they say, were made by 3D printers.
Wow.
Now, there's no sense where the drones came from, but speculation is they were from Syrian government militias, which were operating about a half hour away. But obviously, there's a great worry now that this is a new and possibly growing threat to U.S. troops.
Wow. So the U.S. is trying to build up the Kurds' ability to fight ISIS in the region. I mean, what is the status of that fight right now?
Well, it was about a year ago, actually March 23rd, that ISIS suffered a resounding defeat. The final village was taken at the hands of these U.S.-backed forces. But ISIS fighters, Rachel, are seeping back into the cities and villages, mounting assassinations against officials, planting bombs and intimidating residents. So the U.S. forces here continue to work with the Kurds to go after them. Just a week ago, the U.S. arrested a mid-level ISIS leader. And here in Iraq, ISIS is still deadly to U.S. forces. A few days ago, 2 Marines were killed in the mountains. Actually, you can see them from here, searching a tunnel used by ISIS. U.S. officers tell us that they must keep pressure on the Islamic State in both Iraq and Syria so it doesn't rise again.
I mean, we are lucky to have you there on the ground to be able to do this reporting and talk to people, right? I mean, what have you been hearing from people living in the area?
Well, these Kurdish villagers are in Syria desperately afraid of the Turkish invasion. Turkey sees these Kurds as allied with Kurdish militants inside Turkey. And they say Turkey was shelling their villages. Turkish militias were sacking their homes. And they said hundreds of families fled south to an area where the American forces are operating. Some of the families are living in an abandoned school we saw. Others found houses to stay in. And still others say they want to leave the country. And they're angry at America for not protecting them.
NPR Pentagon correspondent Tom Bowman, he has been reporting and traveling in northeastern Syria with producer Marisa Peñalosa. They are reporting this morning from Erbil, Iraq. Thanks very much, Tom.
President Trump spoke to the nation from the Oval Office last night.
After consulting with our top government health professionals, I have decided to take several strong but necessary actions to protect the health and well-being of all Americans.
President Trump called for a ban on most travel from Europe to the United States for 30 days. That starts tomorrow night. Travelers from the UK and Americans trying to get back home from Europe to the U.S. will be exempted from this ban as long as they go through extra screenings. It is an extraordinary measure, and it's meant to slow the spread of the coronavirus. President Trump also announced measures to shore up the economy.
I will soon be taking emergency action, which is unprecedented, to provide financial relief. This will be targeted for workers who are ill, quarantined, or caring for others due to coronavirus.
I want to start with NPR White House correspondent Franco Ordonez, who's with us. Hi, Franco.
Good morning, David.
How far does this ban restriction on travel from Europe go here?
Well, the president is imposing dramatic bans on travel from Europe to the United States. It applies to foreign nationals from the 26 countries with open borders agreements. That includes France, Germany, Italy. The president said the measures were necessary to protect Americans, and at the same time, he was casting blame on Europeans.
The European Union failed to take the same precautions and restrict travel from China and other hotspots. As a result, a large number of new clusters in the United States were seeded by travelers from Europe.
You know, it was really a rare Oval Office address. With his arms crossed, the president delivered, his starkest comments yet after, in many ways, previously downplaying the threat of the coronavirus, comparing it to the flu. Last night, he called it a horrible infection. And there's still some questions about what's going to happen during his remarks. He said this would include goods and cargo, but the official proclamation made clear that it would not impact trade and only people. Also exempt are Americans who have gone through proper screening and also people from the UK.
I mean, Franco, I'm just struck by you mentioning that the president blaming Europeans. There are questions here about how much of a role Europeans are actually playing in the spread of coronavirus in the United States. But the president obviously trying to show his administration is on top of things after it got some criticism for how it initially handled this. So the president goes on and talks about economic relief he might be providing to Americans. What do you say?
Yeah, he's planning to announce some emergency steps to help workers who have gotten sick or needed to be quarantined. He also said he would defer tax payments for individuals and businesses in certain impacted areas. And he's looking to provide an additional $50 billion to help with loans for small businesses. And he's calling on Congress to consider a payroll tax holiday.
Is Congress likely to go for these kinds of measures?
Well, members of Congress have spoken at least twice with the Treasury Secretary. They've discussed the payroll tax opportunity and all their economic measures that would involve congressional assistance. The reality is the administration has really received little buy-in from Democrats and even some Senate Republicans. The big question is, how will the administration pay for something so expensive as the suspension of payroll taxes? And House Democrats, well, they introduced their own bill late last night to combat the economic impacts of the virus, and that could be voted on as early as today. It includes free coronavirus testing, paid emergency leave for workers, and really help for states overburdened by Medicaid costs.
Quite a moment for both the White House and Congress to figure out what to do here. NPR White House correspondent Franco Ordonez, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, so the president's ban on travel from Europe seemed to catch some European leaders by surprise. Many people across Europe were waking up to this news this morning.
And let's get to some of that reaction. We have NPR's Rob Schmitz with us from Berlin. And Rob, how has this news been landing there?
Yeah, not very well. This impacts 26 European countries with hundreds of millions of people. And what we're hearing from officials here is that they were blindsided and a little baffled by this. European ambassadors to the U.S. are saying the White House gave them no warning about this action, despite having been in contact in recent days. There's also a little confusion as to why President Trump has done this when the virus is already spreading among people in the United States. It just seems like it's too little too late. So there is a fair amount of surprise and confusion on this side of the Atlantic about this ban this morning.
Well, in terms of the nuts and bolts here, I mean, what exactly do these restrictions mean for Europe?
Well, there are around 400 flights from Europe to the U.S. per day. So if you stretch that out for the length of this 30-day ban, there will be millions of passengers impacted by this. This will have an historic impact on transatlantic travel. But, this is also impacting the markets here in Europe. Germany's DAX index has already fallen to its lowest level in 5 years due to this news, and it's very early in trading today.
Well, can we focus a little bit on the country where you are? I mean, German Chancellor Angela Merkel warned that up to 70% of Germans are likely to get this virus if things keep going the way they are. But she didn't take actions. She didn't ban sporting events. Right. She didn't close schools. What does this tell us about her and Germany?
Germany, of course, has a tragic history with putting too much power in one leader. And I think this tells us that Merkel has a lot of faith in how her government currently operates. Germany is a federal republic where much of the decision-making powers in situations like this tend to happen on a local level. Now, Merkel has been criticized for not issuing far-reaching mandates in the face of this crisis, and she addressed this criticism yesterday. Here's what she said.
Die deutsche Situation ist gekennzeichnet dadurch, dass wir ein föderales Land sind.
German federalism works. It allows decisions to be made in a decentralized and targeted manner, and that's a good thing. But it also means that everybody at each level bears responsibility. On many matters, the federal government cannot issue orders or ban something. It can only make recommendations, and we work very well like that.
And David, her health minister was sitting right beside her, and he added that he keeps reading about how it would be better if Germany acted more like China and issued orders from the central government with a heavy hand. But he said he'd like to think that each German citizen is able to show that they can act responsibly of their own accord and would expect that in a pluralistic and democratic society.
Okay, so largely relying on individuals, local governments to make the right decisions. Is the German government doing anything right now?
Well, critics would say they're not, especially when compared with Italy and, of course, China. Merkel's government has focused, though, on hospitals. The country is second only to the U.S. worldwide in how many intensive care beds it has per capita. It's spending more than $1 billion to try and secure more of them. Merkel's government is also spending its budget surplus from last year to help companies deal with the impact of this. On a city level, local stakeholders are doing a lot more. Berlin, where I am, has banned big gatherings, theaters, concert venues. And the Bundesliga, Germany's National Soccer League, played its first game ever last night to an empty stadium.
All right, NPR's Rob Schmitz in Berlin. Rob, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, and speaking of, that empty stadium in Germany, more news from the sports world last night. The NBA has now suspended its season because of coronavirus.
Right. So this decision came after a Utah Jazz player preliminarily tested positive for COVID-19. And that happened as some NBA games were already underway. Fans were in the stands. The whole thing was happening. Others were postponed last minute before the opening tip.
Yeah, this was amazing. NPR sports correspondent Tom Goldman was following all of this. Hey, Tom.
Hi, David.
So talk us through the drama of last night, as Rachel was alluding to.
Drama indeed. Utah All-Star center Rudy Gobert had been sick. He had symptoms that led to tests for influenza, strep throat, and upper respiratory infection, and those tests were negative. And as a precaution, he was tested for COVID-19. That came back positive. Now, according to The Athletic, he's feeling good. And even though he said he thought he could play last night before Utah's game against Oklahoma City in Oklahoma City, but the game instead was called off right before the opening tip, right after his test result came back. There was another game called off when it was learned that one of the refs had worked a Utah game recently, meaning, potentially exposed to coronavirus. So soon after all this, the NBA said, that's it, we're suspending the season.
Which is a bigger move than a lot of other organizations in the sports world. I mean, Rob mentioned that empty stadium that teams were playing in Germany. Why just suspend the entire season here? How's the NBA explaining this?
Yeah, well, good question. They're not yet. They haven't answered directly why they jumped from these games to suspending everything. But, what we know, David, about the coronavirus spread, person to person, it's people who are in close proximity to others. Basketball players obviously fit that description. And according to ESPN, 34 players shared the floor with Gobert since last Friday. So lots of questions and concerns about who came into contact and who might have gotten the virus as a result. Not just the players, but, all the people they might have been in contact with.
Sure.
So you can see, obviously, this potentially mushrooms quickly. So the season is suspended. The NBA says it'll use this hiatus to determine next steps for moving forward in regard to the coronavirus pandemic.
How is the sports world responding to this?
Well, outside the NBA, we've heard from at least one professional sport, one of their major pro sports league, the National Hockey League. And in a statement, the NHL said it's aware of the NBA's decision to indefinitely suspend its season. The NHL is continuing to consult with medical experts and is evaluating the options. And the NHL expects to have a further update Thursday today. But, inside the NBA, the words you're hearing are stunned. Several people we heard quoted last night said this is surreal. It's like a movie. This whole thing escalated so quickly in the past few days. First, you had a ban on media in locker rooms. Then it was a step beyond that, the possibility of not letting fans watch games in person. And actually, the Golden State Warriors announced yesterday they were going to do that in a game originally scheduled for tonight. And you even had some players who were joking about the coronavirus concerns. Rudy Gobert, in fact, finished a news conference this week, a couple days ago, by touching all the reporters' microphones, what he thought in jest, before leaving the room.
It's a sign of how things we don't even think about could cause real problems. NPR sports correspondent Tom Goldman on the NBA's decision to suspend its season over coronavirus. Tom, thanks.
Here's the advice that medical experts are giving to slow the spread of the coronavirus. Just stay home when you can.
That means empty cubicles, empty sports arenas, empty schools, even Disneyland and Disney World are closed. Limiting travel and social distancing are good for public health, but sort of bad for the economy. Yesterday, the Dow and the S&P 500 experienced their greatest single-day drop since the 1987 crash known as Black Monday.
NPR's chief economics correspondent Scott Horsley is on the line. Hey, Scott.
Good morning, Noel.
All right, where are the markets today?
Overnight, Asian markets continued to slide. European markets, on the other hand, were up a bit, even though we continue to see a rapid spread of the coronavirus in Italy, where the government has enforced a pretty severe countrywide shutdown. Here in this country, the futures markets are pointing to a somewhat up day on Wall Street, so investors are optimistic they may regain a little bit of the very big losses from yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was just an extraordinary day on Wall Street. President Trump at one point tried to calm the markets. Let's listen to what he said.
The stock market, as an example, is still much higher than when I got here. And it's taken a big hit, but it's going to all bounce back, and it's going to bounce back very big at the right time.
Or so we hope. What happened yesterday?
The Dow Jones Industrial Average plunged more than 2,300 points, or almost 10%. The broader S&P 500 index and the NASDAQ were both down more than 9%. The sell-off started right from the opening bell. The S&P 500 dropped 7% out of the gate, and that triggered an automatic halt to trading for about 15 minutes. There was a little bit of relief in the afternoon when the Federal Reserve announced that it was going to pump $1.5 trillion into the banking system yesterday and today in order to keep credit markets from seizing up. But then the slump just accelerated as we got towards the end of the day. It was ugly.
The point that President Trump was making is that market swings do happen, and we have seen the market go down, then go back up. Social distancing will not last forever. People will go back to work at some point. Is this a situation that we just need to ride out?
You're right. It's not forever, but one of the challenges here is that it's not clear how long riding it out is going to take. And the very measures that you need to take from a public health standpoint are the measures that are costly for the economy. Yes, those costs are temporary, but temporary damage is still damage. And some of the lost spending is never made up. This is the week that, a lot of Americans began to seriously reorder both their work lives and their recreational lives in response to this pandemic. when you see everyone from NASCAR to the Metropolitan Opera turning their fans away, you're obviously hitting a pretty broad swath of the American public.
So what are policymakers doing to mitigate some of this?
They are working on it, and part of the sell-off yesterday, I think, stemmed from a feeling that policymakers were not on top of this crisis, and they're trying to change that narrative today. House Democrats negotiated through the night with the Trump administration on a package to at least cushion the blow from this epidemic. That package would include additional aid to states for what are expected to be higher Medicaid costs, as well as costs for unemployment. Yesterday, we saw the Labor Department issue guidance to states that people who are unable to work because of the coronavirus, either because they're sick or taking care of someone who's sick or because their workplace is quarantined, should be eligible for unemployment. There's also a Democratic proposal to make larger companies offer sick leave. That's more controversial. And then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi wants to see more testing so people have the confidence to go back to work and back to shopping.
NPR's Scott Horsley. Scott, thanks so much.
You're very welcome.
All right, as go workplaces and businesses, so go schools.
Leaders in 5 states and counting have shut down all K through 12 schools. Officials in Maryland, Michigan, New Mexico, Ohio, and Oregon all announced statewide school closures for the coming weeks. Others are closing down specific school districts that are vulnerable, including in Seattle, which is the site of one of the largest outbreaks of coronavirus in the country.
NPR's Corey Turner has been following all of this. He's in studio with us. Hey, Corey.
Hey, Noel.
Okay, so we have hit this point where entire states are closing all K through 12 schools. Why is this happening now?
Yeah, that is a great question. I think our first clue comes from something that Maryland Governor Larry Hogan said yesterday. He suggested that the tipping point for him was the state's first case of what's known as community transmission of COVID-19. That means the person who is infected hadn't gotten it while traveling out of state. I want you to hear this moment yesterday when Governor Hogan really seemed to anticipate the criticism of some Marylanders who might think he was overreacting.
For Marylanders, the actions that I have announced here today will be disruptive to your everyday lives. And they may sound extreme, and they may sound frightening, but they could be the difference in saving lives and helping keep people safe.
Noel, I've talked to several researchers now who say that community transmission is a really dangerous tipping point for communities. And we know that closing schools is one of the most effective tools we have to slow a contagion. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine said public and private schools in his state were going to close for 3 weeks. That's actually a little longer than in Maryland. It's roughly 1.8 million kids. And he, too, said that the state had confirmed the infection of a man with no travel history outside of Ohio. DeWine said on Twitter that closing schools would hopefully keep the state's hospitals and clinics from having to ration limited resources. He said, quote, "We don't want our healthcare providers to have to make the decision of who lives and who dies." And as you said in the intro, late yesterday, we also heard about closures in Michigan, Oregon, and New Mexico.
That brings us up to, what is it, 5 states now or 6?
5. Plus, the governor of Kentucky issued what he called a significant recommendation to the state schools that they should close.
So do you think other states are going to do the same?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we're at a turning point. And if there's any laughter in my voice at all, it's because when I went to bed last night, there were only 2 states closed. So it really feels like we're snowballing here because it's not just states, too. We're seeing really big cities start to grapple with this as well. As we said, Seattle schools closed, but yesterday, Washington's governor then closed all the schools in the 3 surrounding counties. We also heard about closures in San Francisco's schools.
I know that you've been digging in really deep on this story, and so I must ask you, is there any strong or legitimate case for not closing schools?
Yeah, there are. I mean, I've spent the last several days on the phone with school leaders all over the country, and they say, look, closing schools also poses public health risks. We have many kids going home, their parents cannot afford to take off work, and we know that more than 20 million kids depend on free and reduced price school meals. Like, this is a really big deal, and schools want to figure this out before they close.
NPR's Corey Turner. Corey, thank you so much.
Thank you, Noel.
All right, so staying home is the most effective way to limit the spread of coronavirus. But what about limiting travelers coming into the United States? President Trump says he aims to do just that by restricting most travelers from Europe. But is that really effective?
NPR health correspondent Rob Stein is back with us. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Noel.
Okay, so President Trump's ban on most travelers from Europe will start tonight at 11:59 p.m. What has he said is the rationale for this?
Trump seems to be blaming Europeans for fueling the outbreak in this country. I mean, he said as much during his Oval Office address announcing the travel restrictions. And yesterday, Anthony Fauci from the White House Coronavirus Task Force elaborated on that while testifying before Congress.
If you look at the numbers, it's very clear that 70% of the new infections in the world are coming from that region, from Europe, seeding other countries. First thing. Second thing, of the 35 or more states that have infections, 30 of them now, or most recently, have gotten them from a travel-related case from that region. So it was pretty compelling that we needed to turn off the source from that region.
Okay, he is making the case that there is a good reason to do this, right?
Yeah, and Dr. Fauci is very well respected. But, every public health expert I've been talking to over the last couple of days says, no, it's essentially pointless. Here's Lawrence Gostin. He's at Georgetown University.
It's possible to shut your borders to immigration or trade, but it's really impossible to shut it to a microbe. There's no reason to believe that shutting our borders from Europe will do anything to affect the epidemic in America.
Why is there no reason to believe that?
Well, it's become increasingly clear, Noel, that the virus has already spread pretty widely in this country. So basically, it's just too late. Take it from Ira Longini. He's a biostatistician at the University of Florida that I talked to about this.
We already have a widespread epidemic throughout the country. So banning individuals coming from other countries that are infected will have really no real effect. To put it succinctly, the cat is out of the bag.
In fact, Longini, Gostin, and others worry that the travel ban could actually make things worse. It could be a distraction that could divert scarce resources, delay the really effective countermeasures that are urgently needed to fight the virus. And that's not all. Here's Longini again.
You don't want to do it because it has a lot of economic ramifications and also ramifications for people that have reasons to travel. And so you have to weigh the social cost of doing that against the public health benefits. And the economic and social cost is much higher than any benefit.
All right, so given that, what is he saying should be done?
Public health experts say that the top priority needs to be slowing down the virus. Test as many people as fast as you can, keep people away from each other as much as possible, and get hospitals ready to help what unfortunately could soon be a lot of sick people coming through their doors.
NPR's Rob Stein. Rob, thanks so much for your reporting on this very important story. We appreciate it.
We find out today what investors think of the latest effort to stabilize the economy.
Jerome Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, was in the office Sunday. He announced an emergency interest rate cut, the second in a month. This time, though, he's moving short-term interest rates to near zero. Powell acted amid President Trump's loud demands to do more. The number of known coronavirus cases in the U.S. now has increased sharply to 3,700. Schools are closed, so are many businesses, and all of that is wreaking havoc on the economy. So why did investors take a dim initial view of the Fed's response?
NPR chief economics correspondent Scott Horsley is here. Scott, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
And by here, we should note at home, Scott, which is a nice, safe distance from everybody. So thank you very much for doing that. We are talking before the trading day is played out in New York, so we don't know everything about investors' response, but what is known?
We do know, Steve, that stocks in Europe and Asia were down sharply overnight. We know that the futures market is pointing to another big sell-off here in the U.S. when the market opens in a few hours. What you're hearing right now is loud alarm bells, both from the public health officials as well as financial authorities. Worldwide deaths from the coronavirus outside China have now surpassed those inside China, where this pandemic began. And we are beginning to see the kind of wholesale, some might say draconian measures in the economy here in the West that we saw weeks ago in China's Hubei province. The governors of Ohio, Illinois, Massachusetts, and Washington state, have ordered bars and restaurants and wineries closed. Mayors in major cities like New York have ordered similar restrictions. Last week we saw the shutdown of the NBA and Major League Baseball. Now it's filtering down to the corner restaurant. This is really an unprecedented shock to both the U.S. and the global economy.
Well, I'm trying to think this through. You have the Fed governors meeting on a weekend, which suggests that they had heard really grim news and decided that all of their measures so far were insufficient. They needed to make this emergency move. Then they make the emergency move, and financial markets around the world immediately begin sliding again. That suggests people are unimpressed.
Sometimes when a doc administers strong medicine, it just scares everyone who's watching the patient from the bedside. The Fed is doing everything it can to put foam on the runway and cushion what is sure to be a rough landing for the economy. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell acknowledged in a conference call with reporters last evening that the U.S. economy is almost certain to contract in the months to come. How could it not with all these shutdowns? He was repeatedly pressed on how long this downturn might last, and he said that's frankly unknowable. It depends on the spread of the virus. However, Powell did try to offer some reassurance.
We do know that the virus will run its course and that the U.S. economy will resume a normal level of activity. In the meantime, the Fed will continue to use our tools to support the flow of credit to households and businesses.
Powell stressed that the Fed still does have tools available, but having now cut interest rates effectively to zero, it's already used its biggest, baddest hammer.
Yeah, which is getting down to zero, lowering those interest rates. But that raises another question. How does the Fed effort match the actual problem?
Not particularly well. This may not be the medicine that the economy needs right now. If people are hunkered down at home, if the shops and restaurants are closed, then the interest rate doesn't really make that much difference. Now, the central bank is encouraging ordinary banks to lend to struggling businesses and consumers, but this may take a fiscal rescue as well. We did see the House act last week to offer additional unemployment benefits and sick leave, although not for all employees, also more food assistance. Chairman Powell did suggest that there's another role for additional fiscal action here to cushion the blow.
Scott, thanks for the update.
You're welcome, Steve.
NPR Chief Economics Correspondent Scott Horsley. Not for the first time, the federal government says many coronavirus tests are on the way.
Yeah, that word comes from Admiral Brett Giroir. He is leading the Department of Health and Human Services efforts in coordinating testing. And he says the U.S. is now ready to deploy drive-through and walk-through testing sites beginning this week in the hardest hit areas.
This is not make-believe. This is not fantasy. We've developed the model. We've talked to the states. We're focusing on specific locations now.
So Giroir had to stress that this is real because the government has said time and again that testing was widely available when it was not. The CDC distributed 1 million test kits at one point, but those tests were time-consuming, and it's not clear how many were used. Widespread anecdotal reports said Americans rarely were getting tests. Officials now say each new testing site will be able to screen up to 4,000 people per day.
So what's the evidence show here? NPR Global Health and Development correspondent Jason Beaubien has been watching it all. Jason, good morning.
Good morning.
Is this a new way of getting tests to the public?
In a way it is. It's, they're talking about these pods that they're going to distribute across the country and try to just get over this real huge problem that they've had in this outbreak, which is that tests have not been available. These are also supposed to be a faster testing system. The other ones, some of them were sort of a low throughput. These are supposed to be a high throughput system. Again, the proof is going to be in the pudding. We're waiting to see it, but it's definitely, they say they've got a system, and it's something that is desperately needed.
This is so distressing to people that I feel I want to dwell a little bit on the details. When you said low throughput, that just means that it was really time consuming, took a lot of time in the lab, hard to do a high volume of tests. Now you say high throughput, which means some system for doing a lot of tests faster, as has happened in other countries. But when you say pods, what is that exactly? What's going to show up in New York or some other hard-hit place?
We don't know exactly what these are going to look like, but we have had some examples. There was some Out in Colorado, there was a drive-through system that was set up and people could drive up. They had to have a note from a doctor beforehand. They could go and everything would happen right there, which is in a way good because it means you're not going into a healthcare system. You're not having to go into an emergency room, get yourself exposed, potentially expose other people. So we think that that's what the model is going to look like. Exactly what it's going to be is still going to, we're going to have to see what it looks like. But that's the model that we're going towards.
We've all assumed as laymen that more testing will tell us better who has this, how widespread it is, and how to respond. That's what we've assumed. Is that what experts also say? Are they as concerned about testing everybody as the rest of us seem to be?
Definitely, this is a huge issue that if you don't have testing, you don't know where the huge problems are popping up. It's really hard to contain things. And so for experts, it is very crucial that we get a good system in place, know who's infected, who isn't. At the same time, we have to do everything else. We need to get the emergency room set up, need to get systems in place to, do this social distancing that the governors have been talking about. So it's not the only thing, but getting the tests working and functioning is a huge part of getting this under control.
We will continue watching closely through the week to see if this time the federal government's words are matched by the actions that follow. Jason, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
That's NPR's Jason Beaubien. As it happened, 6 feet separated Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders at last night's presidential debate held without an audience following guidelines from the CDC.
Right. And they didn't shake hands when they approached each other.
Nope.
They did the old elbow bump. So the 2 Democratic frontrunners were the only 2 candidates on the CNN stage. This happened 2 nights before 4 more states hold primaries. Unsurprisingly, the night centered on each candidate's response to the coronavirus. But some other news came from Vice President Joe Biden.
There are a number of women who are qualified to be president tomorrow. I would pick a woman to be my vice president.
And our colleague Asma Khalid was watching all of this and tweeting about it in real time, as a matter of fact. Asma, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
As you noted in your tweet, Biden made that statement. The moderator said, "Are you sure? You mean you're going to definitely pick a woman?" And his answer was yes, right?
That's right. And I will say, Steve, this was not particularly surprising. It was new in terms of the level of confirmation that he said, in terms of pledging he would do this. But the former vice president has long hinted at this. Bernie Sanders, I should add, was also asked if he would do the same, and he said in all likelihood he would. This is a Democratic Party where the 2 frontrunners are acutely aware that they are elderly white men. And I interpreted Biden's pledge as just one more step in a broader push to tie up this contest and unify the party. It is why also recently he announced he would be endorsing the progressive bankruptcy plan that one of his former opponents, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, put out. Bankruptcy, an issue that he and her have differed about for many, many years.
So I want to talk a little bit about this debate. It was different in format, different in tone. I felt, you'll tell me if you feel differently, that the candidates sounded differently. They spoke differently because there wasn't a big audience. They were just talking to each other. There were just 2 of them. There was this crisis to focus them. And so you had 2 candidates talking about one thing for a good long time.
They were. That was the coronavirus. They were united in their criticism of how poorly they felt President Trump has handled the issue. But to me, the sharp issue and the sort of sharp differentiation on how they felt like the crisis itself should be handled was perhaps one of the sharpest differences we've seen in any debate between 2 candidates. Sanders sees the coronavirus issue as a healthcare crisis. And so he's been arguing that this is why the country needs Medicare for all. That's his signature issue, a free government-run health coverage for all Americans. Biden pointed out that Italy has a single-payer health system, and that did not prevent the coronavirus there. He emphasized what's needed right now is immediate action, and he has experience given the Ebola crisis during President Obama's time.
People are looking for results, not a revolution. They want to deal with the results they need right now. And we can do that by making sure that we make everybody whole who has been so badly hurt. In terms of they lose the job, in terms of not having the ability to care for their children, in terms of the health care costs that they have related to this crisis, we can make them whole now.
And Steve, to me, this was just such a sharp, clear ideological difference. It was a real debate. And I would say, it increasingly seems that Biden has the path to the nomination, but Bernie Sanders has been pushing him on issues, whether it's free public tuition, whether it was the Iraq war, but issues that he feels like the vice president, if he were to be the nominee, needs to address clearly.
Asma, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
That's NPR's Asma Khalid on last night's Democratic debate.
The White House has recommended that all of us avoid groups of 10 or more people, which is why you are hearing me broadcast from my basement.
That is some of the guidance from President Trump for at least the next 15 days.
We have an invisible enemy. We have a problem that a month ago nobody ever thought about.
Now, the latter part of that statement is false, that nobody thought about this a month ago. Public health experts warned of and planned for a pandemic for years, and more than a month ago warned of this specific pandemic. The president was downplaying the threat at that time. Amid statements like that, a new NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll shows a lack of trust in the president's statements. Only 37% of those responding say they have a good amount or a great deal of trust in what he says. 60% do not. That noted, states and local governments are taking the latest White House recommendations and adding them to their own measures.
Joining us now, NPR's global health and development correspondent, Jason Beaubien, to walk through those measures. Hey, Jason.
Hey, good morning.
All right, so we shouldn't gather in groups of 10 or more people. This came from the White House. What else did the president recommend?
You know, in many ways, it is very common sense stuff, but it's also fairly dramatic, the ask that's being made on a national level. And unless you're in a critical infrastructure industry such as healthcare or the pharmaceutical industry or the food industry, they're saying stay home, have your kids stay home, work from home, avoid any discretionary travel, and especially if you're sick, stay home and don't go to nursing homes. And they're also giving some guidance if someone in your household does test positive for this. Everyone in the household should stay home. Don't rush to a hospital, call your doctor, and then they'll take it from there. And again, they're saying, take care of yourself, wash your hands.
You know what struck me? The president's tone was different when he was laying out these recommendations. We didn't see the bellicosity. He was deferring to the health officials. While he had been trying to downplay this for several weeks.
Yeah, there definitely is a shift here, and you're seeing it globally. I mean, there's a major change that is occurring. But again, what's coming from the federal government, these are recommendations. It's a way to put together some national guidance because state and local officials were basically putting out all these other orders with even more stringent restrictions. He's ordering the country, except for this critical infrastructure, to slow down significantly. Some people were calling for even more. Some people thought we might see a quarantine like you're seeing in some parts of Europe. This is short of that, but it's pretty unprecedented in an effort to stop this public health crisis that we're facing.
I mean, meanwhile, as you have pointed out, certain municipalities or state leadership has taken these recommendations and taken them much further, right? We have seen this in the San Francisco Bay Area where residents are expected to, quote, shelter in place. Can you just explain what that means right now?
It means you're not even supposed to be going outside except to obtain or perform vital services. And the scope of this is pretty significant. 7 to 8 million people are being told to stay home as much as they possibly can. If they do go out, you're supposed to keep 6 feet distance from each other. Violations could be punished as a misdemeanor, but the police chief there is basically saying they're trying not to do that. They want to, have people just do this voluntarily, and that's how they're going to try to enforce this.
All right, NPR's Jason Beaubien, thank you.
You're welcome.
All of this, of course, is happening while we're in the middle of a presidential election, right? And we are starting to see concerns over the virus affect the race.
Yeah, like in Ohio, where Governor Mike DeWine has postponed today's primary election. He said yesterday that Americans, especially those over 65 and at risk, should not have to ignore health warnings in order to vote.
We should not force them to make this choice. A choice between their health and their constitutional rights and their duties as American citizens.
Governor DeWine declared a public health emergency in order to keep polls closed.
All right, we've got NPR's Pam Fessler with us. Pam, just explain what happened in Ohio.
Well, it was really astonishing. Yesterday, the governor said that it didn't make sense to go ahead with this primary when many voters are being told to stay home and away from crowds. So he proposed that they delay it until June 2nd and allow absentee voting to continue until then. But then later in the evening, a Franklin County judge disagreed, said he was reluctant to make such a change so close to the primary, especially because state officials couldn't guarantee that things were going to be any safer in June. So poll workers who had earlier been told in the day not to show up this morning were then told they should show up. But then late last night, the governor issued a statement saying it wasn't possible to hold the primary. And around 10:30 p.m., he announced that the state health director was going to declare this health emergency and shut down the polls. So there's no primary today.
So how and when are the good people of Ohio going to vote?
Well, that's a really good question. That's still up in the air. The governor said that the Secretary of State, Frank LaRose, is going to go to court to try and seek some remedy to extend voting, presumably asking the court to reschedule the in-person primary later and to continue absentee voting.
Okay, meanwhile, there are primaries happening in 3 other states today, right? Illinois, Arizona, and Florida. What's happening there?
Right. So those 3 states are going ahead today. The officials have tried to make a lot of accommodations because of the virus. They've been actually losing hundreds, probably maybe even thousands of poll workers who are just worried about spending so much time in close contact with other people. So they've had to find backup poll workers. They had to shut down and consolidate polling locations. So today they're going to try and make sure that people get to whatever polling site they can get to, what the proper one is for them. Even in Chicago, they said they're going to actually be signing up poll workers today if people volunteer because they're that understaffed. These states have all been telling voters to vote early or absentee if they can, but today really their options are very, very limited. So if they want to vote, they for the most part have to show up in person unless they're just delivering their absentee ballots.
There's just so many of those people who work in those polls, Pam. They're elderly people, right? They're the people who are the most vulnerable in this moment.
Exactly. That's exactly what's happening. It's just, it's really quite a mess.
And so the 20 states that are left with primaries, any indication on how those are going to go?
Yeah, we've already seen delays. Kentucky, Georgia, and Louisiana have already announced that they're postponing their votes until either late May or June. And other states are looking at that option, including Alabama, and Maryland's thinking about making their April 28th primary a vote by mail. So we're going to be seeing a lot of changes in the coming days.
NPR's Pam Fessler, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to look across the Atlantic to Spain,
where on Monday the government announced it is closing Spain's land borders following Germany's lead. Germany says it's going to impose travel restrictions on most of its borders. And the European Union is proposing a 30-day ban on unnecessary travel into the entire bloc of European countries. Now, on Saturday, all of Spain was put on quarantine. People are being ordered to stay at home for 2 weeks. But every day at 8 o'clock in the evening, people come out of their homes and applaud. This nightly ovation is a tribute to the country's healthcare workers.
I love that. So we've got reporter Lucia Benavides with us now. Lucia, where are you and what's happening?
So I'm usually based in Barcelona, but right now I'm in a small Catalan town called Moya, which is about an hour away from the city. My boyfriend is from here and his family lives here. And lots of people did like me and fled the city to be with families in the countryside this week. Nearly everything here is closed. Cafes, restaurants, schools, libraries, stores. In Barcelona, all the public parks and museums are closed too, as they are throughout Spain. And that's because of the government mandated quarantine. And we can't leave our houses except for a few exceptions. If we have an emergency, if we need to get to a healthcare clinic, or if we need to buy food. Those of us who still have to head to work can also leave the house. And we're also allowed to walk the dog. But we can face fines of more than $1,000 for not cooperating. And there are police all over the country monitoring the streets.
So we've been talking so much about how this is exposing the vulnerabilities of healthcare systems around the world. Is that the case in Spain?
Yeah, so right now, Spain is the European country with the second highest number of cases after Italy. This morning, there were nearly 10,000 cases and more than 340 deaths. The number of cases are increasing rapidly, around 1,000 new cases a day. And so there's worry of overwhelming the healthcare system here, essentially if there not being enough medical staff or equipment for every sick patient that comes in. And in Spain, actually, there's universal healthcare. It's free of cost for everyone living here, and it's considered among the best in the world. But there are also private hospitals and physicians, though now the government has nationalized them all because of the crisis.
What about the economy? I mean, Spain was one of the countries that was hit the hardest in the 2008 financial crisis. How is it trying to protect itself in this moment financially?
Right. So political analysts are actually saying that there's tension within the Spanish government because there are those who want to prevent another economic crisis, and so are pushing for measures that will protect businesses and banks first and foremost. And then there are those who want to protect the public health and are pushing for measures that will ensure people stay home and not engage in large groups. But for now, the Spanish government has left it up to companies themselves to decide whether their employees go to work. And so a lot of companies are still asking their employees to come in.
All right, Lucia Benavides reporting from the town of Moya, Spain. We appreciate
$1 trillion.
Yeah, that's how much money the Trump administration is asking for from Congress to help Americans right now. According to the latest NPR PBS Marist poll, nearly 1 in 5 American households has seen layoffs or reduced work hours as a result of the coronavirus outbreak. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin warned that without any big action, unemployment could jump to 20%.
We're looking at sending checks to Americans immediately. And what we've heard from hardworking Americans, many companies have now shut down, whether it's bars or restaurants. Americans need cash now, and the president wants to get cash now. And I mean now, in the next 2 weeks.
I want to bring in NPR chief economics correspondent Scott Horsley here. Hi there, Scott.
Good morning, David.
Okay, so $1 trillion, but there are a lot of people in this country feeling the pain here, the economic pain. What exactly would this money cover?
We haven't seen the exact details, but we understand it would include the lifeline that airlines had been asking for. They were looking for $50 billion to tide them over. Also help for other struggling industries like hotels. We understand there will be some support for small businesses, though we don't know what shape that might take. And then the centerpiece of this rescue package is that direct aid to Americans. Up until yesterday, the president had been pushing a payroll tax cut, but critics said that would be too slow and wouldn't help those who've been dropped from payroll. So they've substituted this direct payment instead.
So this would be like a paycheck that Americans would get from the government? I mean, does everyone qualify for that? Or how would this work?
There might be some income limit. In conversations with reporters yesterday, the Treasury Secretary said, millionaires wouldn't need this money. There had been an earlier House proposal that would have set a ceiling at people making more than $130,000. So some of those details still have to be worked out. The government has taken action like this in the past. It sent direct payments to Americans back during the 2008 financial crisis, although this would be bigger. Basically, the administration is acknowledging that the very aggressive moves it's taking to try to slow the spread of the coronavirus pandemic are going to blow a really big hole in the economy, and they need to be equally aggressive in, if not filling that hole, then at least throwing a rope down to Americans so they can hold on until this passes.
And do economists feel like the country can afford to spend that kind of money right now?
Yes, the government can still borrow money for next to nothing. Certainly this will add to the deficit, but crisis situations like this are when the government should run a deficit. Harvard economist Greg Mankiw, who was one of George W. Bush's economic advisors, wrote a blog post last week where he said there are times to worry about the rising government debt, but he added this is not one of those times.
Scott, let me just ask you, if everyone got money in their hands, obviously that will help in some way, but that people still don't know if they're going to have a job again. Businesses are closed, so there's nowhere to really spend money right now. Like, how does this proposal actually help in the long term?
Yeah, I'm not sure anybody knows what the long-term effects are, but the sense is that at some point this pandemic will pass, and what you want to do is avoid having kind of an economic domino effect that makes things worse and makes it that much harder to recover when we come to the other side.
NPR chief economics correspondent Scott Horsley. Scott, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right, so we're talking about the economic pressure that has come from this coronavirus. We should say, even as we talk about that, this virus just keeps spreading.
Indeed. So West Virginia just announced its first case of COVID-19, and that means that coronavirus has now spread to every single state in the country. And as the number of infections grows, local and state governments keep announcing new restrictive measures, social isolation, quarantine, lockdown. What does it all mean?
What does it all mean? I just listened to that list, and I think a lot of us wonder what these words really mean. NPR national security correspondent Greg Myrie is here. Greg, can you help us with those different terms and what they mean and how they can even be enforced in a situation like this?
Yeah, sure, David. So the way that public figures and the media has been tossing around these terms, they've almost been interchangeable. And it's hard to make any real distinction. That may be starting to change a bit as political leaders impose specific restrictions. So the terms we've been hearing, self-isolation, self-quarantine, those sort of generally refer to something that individuals should do if they were somehow exposed to the coronavirus. But now we're starting to hear terms like shelter in place and lockdown. And this is more a citywide or statewide, region-wide measure that the authorities really do want to impose. Now, federal and state governments can do this, and they can use fines and prosecution, but so far it's not a heavy-handed approach, it's a voluntary approach.
But still, we're getting so many different messages from different governments. Some saying you have to stay home, they're ordering businesses closed, others stressing strenuously, please stay home voluntarily. How are people reacting so far? Are people generally complying?
Yeah, they are so far. We've had, we've been looking for cases, and it's been very rare. There is one case that's been reported in Kentucky of a 53-year-old man who went to the hospital, tested positive, but then decided to just leave the hospital.
Someone who knew that he had coronavirus and went out into public.
That's right. And the authorities tracked him down, and sheriff's deputies have been parked outside his house, and he is cooperating and sort of voluntarily self-quarantining now. But we're just getting started, and this goes on for days, weeks, possibly months. Are we going to see healthy people, all people, but young, healthy people in particular, stay put? Deborah Birx, who's the White House coordinator, spoke to this very issue yesterday. Let's hear what she said.
We're asking the younger generations to stop going out in public places, to bars and restaurants, and spreading asymptomatic virus onto countertops and knobs and grocery stores and grocery carts.
So let's keep a very close eye on what young people are doing. We should also keep a close eye on San Francisco. It's the first big test of this shelter in place. And San Francisco and the Bay Area have 7 million people who are now told to stay in for 3 weeks. But boy, you run into contradictions pretty quickly. People have to go to the grocery store, the pharmacy. You got to keep hospitals open. You got to have people delivering food. So you got to keep gas stations open. So very quickly, the list of people who need to do stuff grows quite long.
I really want to ask you about this, too, because on its face, this could sound very scary. But the military playing a role potentially here. What exactly would the military be doing?
So the military is going to get involved. Defense Secretary Mark Esper says that they have 5 million surgical masks, 2,000 ventilators, and 14 testing labs they can offer. But they are stressing that they can't do everything. You shouldn't see this as the cavalry coming to the rescue. There's talk of field hospitals. But military medicine is really geared toward treating young troops with traumatic injuries, not older folks with infectious diseases. So Esper did make this suggestion when it comes to field hospitals.
So ideally what you would do is locate it somewhere, maybe next to a hospital, whereas trauma patients come in, instead of going into the hospital, they would go into the field hospital where we could treat the broken legs, the lacerations, the falling down, hit your head type of stuff.
And Esper went on to say that this would leave a bed in the civilian hospital open for a patient coming in with the coronavirus. Now, there's also talk of even using hospital ships. One is currently in San Diego, the other in Norfolk. These can handle up to 1,000 patients, but they're not geared for infectious diseases. Quarters are tight on a ship. There's not the kind of space separation that you'd want. And Esper says he hasn't received a formal request yet. Staffing would also be an issue. There aren't hundreds of doctors and nurses on these ships just waiting for action. They would have to be called up from other places, and meaning you'd have to remove them from hospitals where they might already be needed and be used.
NPR's Greg Myrie. Greg, thanks so much as always.
Sure thing, David.
So how does a presidential election actually go forward in a health crisis like this?
Well, Arizona and Florida and Illinois all still voted yesterday. Ohio postponed its primary, though. In the states that did vote, it was Joe Biden's night again.
And let's bring in NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson. Hi, Mara.
Hi there.
So let me start by asking you just how this coronavirus pandemic has just transformed this presidential race.
Well, we don't know yet how it's going to transform the general election. We don't know how voters are going to judge the leadership that the president is exhibiting in this crisis. What we do know is that in terms of the primaries, it's given Joe Biden another advantage. He has been highlighting his experience, talking a lot about how he would lead in this crisis. He gave a victory speech last night by live stream from his house in Delaware, and here's what he said.
This is a moment where we need our leaders to lead, but it's also a moment where the choices and decisions we make as individuals are going to collectively impact on what happens, make a big difference in the severity of this outbreak and the ability of our medical and hospital systems to handle it.
Now, he didn't mention Donald Trump's name once, but it was pretty obvious the contrast that he was trying to draw.
What about the process here? I mean, we already saw Ohio delay their polling. Other states talking about it or doing it. I mean, could the general election itself be delayed if this keeps going?
Well, the short answer is probably not. You know, the first Tuesday in November as election day for a presidential election, presidents don't have the power to change it. State officials don't have the power to change it, but they do have the power to delay primaries, as you've seen. It could increase the opportunity for people to vote by mail. That's something a lot of states already do. That could become more widespread.
Well, let me ask you about the voters' choices here. I mean, Joe Biden won in the states that voted yesterday. His delegate lead is growing. I mean, does that mean he could wrap up this primary sooner rather than later?
Well, that's a good question. That would depend on how long Bernie Sanders stays in the race. But the math is getting pretty difficult for Sanders. Joe Biden right now has almost an insurmountable delegate lead. The one thing that Biden is trying to do now is unify the party. Last night, he spoke directly to Sanders supporters, particularly young people. He said to young voters, I hear you. I know what's at stake. He talked about the existential threat of climate change, something he's said in the past, but he doesn't think young voters have necessarily heard him. He's also adopted a version of Bernie Sanders' free college proposal and Elizabeth Warren's bankruptcy plan, trying to bring in those voters.
Let's hear from Bernie Sanders quickly. He spoke before the results were in last night, talking about the coronavirus impact.
We want to hear from you. In every state, there is a different level of crisis. In every occupation, there is a different level of concern. So please communicate with us so we can, together, we can come up with some effective remedies.
Where is Sanders right now? What's his best hope for winning this nomination?
His best hope is to win about 62% of all the remaining delegates, and that will be very, very hard. And then there's the question of how and when Sanders wants to wrap up and what concessions is he hoping to get.
NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson. Mara.
Hopefully, at this point, most of us are trying to heed the advice from public health officials. Stay home, and if you can't, stay 6 feet away from the next person. But even so, some transmission of COVID-19 is inevitable.
That's right. And now 2 House members are the first lawmakers to announce that they have tested positive for the coronavirus. They say they are experiencing symptoms of COVID-19. We're talking about Florida Republican Mario Diaz-Balart and Utah Democrat Ben McAdams. Both congressmen have been on the House floor in recent days, including on Saturday when Congress was voting for an emergency aid bill. We should say President Trump has since signed that bill into law.
We've got NPR congressional correspondent Susan Davis with us. Hi, Sue.
Hey, Rachel.
So we're going to get to the emergency bill in a minute, but first, let's acknowledge that it's pretty likely everyone has or will be touched by this pandemic at some point, including members of Congress. What can you tell us about the situation for these 2 lawmakers who tested positive?
Well, they both disclosed their diagnosis last night, and they said that they started to become symptomatic on Saturday night, the evening after they took that vote. Mario Diaz-Balart said he never left D.C. He started to feel symptoms, and so he stayed in his apartment here because he said his wife has a pre-existing condition, and he was mindful that he didn't want to go home and travel with it. McAdams is back in Utah. He gave an interview to his local paper. He told them that he felt pretty sick, that he was having coughing, and it felt like a, quote, belt tightening around his chest. Neither said they know how they contracted it, but I don't think these diagnoses come as a surprise. I think considering especially the close quarters of Capitol Hill, people were bracing as a matter of when and not if members would start to be diagnosed.
Right. So we mentioned that they were on the House floor to vote recently. So presumably they were in close contact with hundreds of people. Are there efforts now underway to trace everyone else who might have been affected as a result?
Yes. McAdams said in his own disclosure he could recount 12 members that he had had direct contact with. Capitol Hill has an attending physician, someone who works directly with lawmakers. They put out a statement last night saying they're working with both of them to essentially retrace their steps, figure out who they would have been in contact with. Already, there have been 5 additional lawmakers who have disclosed not that they are symptomatic, but that they had contact with one or the other of those members, and they've announced self-quarantining until March 27th. This includes 2 members of the Republican leadership team, Minority Whip Steve Scalise and their Chief Deputy Whip Drew Ferguson, who's a Republican from Missouri. The question that we have now, right, is will the House reconvene and when? They are scheduled to come back into session next week. We don't have answers yet as to whether that will be postponed or if they will essentially call the House back into session next week.
All right, so let's talk about this emergency aid bill. President Trump has signed it. What does it include?
The 3 major things in this wave is it includes mandates for free testing for people, it expands unemployment insurance benefits, and a new paid sick leave guarantee that should help out millions of workers. Reminder, this is the second bill Congress already approved, about an initial wave of $9 billion. They're already working on a third wave estimated to be about $1 trillion that should be coming soon, that will be made up of small business loans and probably direct payments to American workers.
How fast, Sue, will Americans feel the impact of these stimuli?
It's a good question. The lawmakers I talk to say weeks, not months. Part of it is they need to put in these sort of new infrastructures in place to get these systems out. But the Senate is saying they are not going out of session until they pass this next wave because they know that people need help essentially right away.
Right. NPR's Susan Davis, we appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we heard several Republicans and the president himself actually downplaying the coronavirus for weeks. But one senator actually issued an early warning that the coronavirus could disrupt everything.
Yes, that senator is Republican Richard Burr. He's the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and we know about his warning because NPR's Tim Mack got his hands on a secret recording of Burr talking with business and civic leaders last month.
There's one thing that I can tell you about this. It is much more aggressive in its transmission than anything that we have seen in recent history. It's probably more akin to the 1918 pandemic.
So as you can hear, this was a more urgent warning than most Americans were hearing at that time. The Republican senator's comments are raising questions about why an audience at a private luncheon on Capitol Hill would be getting a more frank assessment of this situation than the general public.
We've got NPR's Tim Mack with us now. Hey, Tim.
Hey there.
Where'd the tape come from and who was he talking to?
So he was talking at a luncheon organized by the Tar Heel Circle, and that is an organization that consists of businesses and organizations from North Carolina. That's the state that Senator Burr represents. Now, membership in the Tar Heel Circle can cost between $500 and $10,000. Burr was talking candidly about his assessment about how bad the coronavirus might become in the United States. And the tape comes from an attendee who became alarmed about Burr's dire warnings, so began to record.
So what else did Senator Burr have to say to that group?
Well, Burr warned well in advance that the coronavirus could be very disruptive. 13 days before the State Department began to warn against travel to Europe, and 15 days before the Trump administration banned European travelers to the U.S., Burr warned those in the room to reconsider.
Every company should be cognizant of the fact that you may have to alter your travel. You may have to look at your employees and judge whether the trip they're making to Europe is essential or whether it can be done on video conference. Why risk it?
And 16 days before North Carolina closed its schools due to the threat of coronavirus, Burr warned it could happen. And it's only now, 3 weeks later, that the public is learning in earnest about how the military might be mobilized to combat this threat. But Senator Burr invoked this prospect when talking about how the country might have to surge its medical capacity.
But, I mean, was he saying the same thing publicly, or is this dramatically different?
Well, nowhere in press statements or other remarks did Senator Burr provide warnings about how bad he worried the coronavirus crisis would become. And I think what's interesting about this story is that Burr was providing a stark assessment about coronavirus to a small audience of constituents, which as an elected official, he never told the general public about. The story raises questions about whether Senator Burr was truly frank with the public about how bad the coming weeks might be. And that same day, here's what the president said about the coronavirus.
It's going to disappear. One day it's like a miracle. It will disappear. And from our shores, it could get worse before it gets better. It could maybe go away. We'll see what happens.
So you reached Senator Burr's office yesterday for comment, I understand. What they say?
Well, Senator Burr's spokesperson stressed that the senator has been a longtime advocate of public health preparedness and that he's long worked to educate the public about the tools and resources our government has to confront the spread of this crisis. Burr's spokesperson also said that every American should take the threat very seriously.
All right, NPR's Tim Mack. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
The Trump administration wants to keep as few people as possible from crossing its land borders to the north and the south.
Right. And the administration says this is to control the spread of the coronavirus. But these measures also greatly reduce immigration into the United States. And as NPR's John Burnett has found, the government has already slowed the processing of immigrants here.
John joins us now on the line from Austin. Hey, John, thanks for being here.
Good morning, Rachel.
Let's take a look first at our northern border with Canada. What's going on there right now?
Well, President Trump said yesterday that by mutual consent, the U.S. and Canada will halt all non-essential traffic. Details are still scarce as to how this will be defined and enforced, but both governments are recommending their citizens return home as soon as possible. Here's the president at that midday press conference yesterday.
It's not affecting trade, so things like that. But just leisurely, let's go to a restaurant and have dinner, which a lot of people do. They come both ways. They go in both directions, that kind of thing. We have ended on a temporary basis.
And it's important for both countries that it doesn't affect trade. The U.S. and Canada have one of the largest trading relationships in the world, $2 billion a day in goods and services cross the border. And still there are health concerns on both sides of the border. Canada has fewer than 700 coronavirus cases. The U.S. now has more than 8,700. And British Columbia shares a border with Washington State, which has had one of the biggest outbreaks of COVID cases.
All right. So that's Canada. What about looking to the south? What about the border with Mexico?
Right. Well, keep in mind our neighbors are more afraid of us than we are of them. Mexico has around 100 reported cases, far less than the U.S. Trump told reporters he does not foresee closing the southern border as he has the northern border, but he said he would invoke powers very soon that could ban asylum seekers to keep out communicable diseases. Immigrant advocates are already promising a legal challenge, saying the White House is exploiting this pandemic to push its anti-immigrant agenda.
So what about asylum seekers who are stuck in Mexico waiting for their cases to be resolved? How might this affect them?
Well, there's some 25,000 migrants seeking asylum who are staying in these dangerous Mexican border cities. The worst is probably that sprawling refugee camp in Matamoros, just across the international bridge from Brownsville, Texas. One of them is Yamali. She's a young mother from Honduras with 3 kids, and she asked us not to use her last name. She was interviewed inside of her tent.
Hay que recordar que no estamos en las condiciones adecuadas para.
She says they're in a precarious living condition and feel very vulnerable to the pandemic. They're all living cheek by jowl in this park together. They line up in the chow line twice a day. Their tents are all jammed together. So 6-foot social distancing recommended by public health experts for them is a fantasy.
Right. That's not realistic. More broadly, John, how is the coronavirus affecting the overall immigration system?
Well, wow. I mean, coronavirus isn't just affecting the borders. It's slowing everything down. Lots of immigration courts and immigration offices have locked their doors. We got an email last night from ICE that said they're only going to arrest criminal immigrants, and they're changing their rules too.
NPR's John Burnett reporting for us this morning. John,
The governor of California, Gavin Newsom, has ordered that state's nearly 40 million people to stay at home indefinitely.
This comes after similar measures were taken by local leaders in Los Angeles, the San Francisco Bay Area, and other parts of the state. Here's Governor Newsom.
A state as large as ours, a nation state, is many parts. But at the end of the day, we're one body. There's a mutuality and there's a recognition of our interdependence that requires of this moment that we direct a statewide order for people to stay at home.
This is the first statewide stay-at-home order in the U.S., all part of the country's effort to control the spread of the coronavirus.
And let's turn to NPR's Leila Fadel, who joins us from Los Angeles. Hi, Leila.
Hi.
So if you live in California, as you do, what does this order exactly mean for you? What are you allowed to do and what are you not allowed to do?
Right. So it's not a full lockdown. Essential businesses are open. So that means you can go get gas, go to the bank, go get groceries when necessary. If you need to care for a loved one or get medical care, you can also leave your home. There are also exemptions for critical federal infrastructure sectors like healthcare, transportation, emergency response, food and agriculture. But the governor wants other Californians to stay at home, even though he was kind of fuzzy on enforcement.
I don't believe that the people of California need to be told through law enforcement that it's appropriate just to home isolate, protect themselves, go about the essential patterns of life, but do so by socially distancing themselves from others and do so using your common sense.
Now, the actual order does say the government has the authority to take the steps to ensure compliance, but the governor's message last night was Californians should comply voluntarily.
Well, Layla, we've seen different officials, different governors respond in different ways so far as this virus has been spreading. When it comes to Governor Newsom here in California, why this and why now?
You know, the governor says he's concerned California's healthcare system won't be able to handle the worst case scenario. And he threw out some pretty alarming numbers, projecting that more than half of California's almost 40 million people could get sick in the next 2 months.
We need to bend the curve in the state of California. And in order to do that, we need to recognize the reality. The fact is, the experience we're having on the ground throughout the state of California, the experience that's manifesting all across the United States, and for that matter, around the rest of the world, require us to adjust our thinking and to adjust our activities.
This is worst case scenario according to certain models. But if that happens, Newsom says California hospitals would be nearly 20,000 beds short of what they need.
Well, what preparations are being made on the healthcare front? I mean, in case of the worst case scenario.
Right. The state is trying to increase capacity quickly. It's acquired a hospital in Northern California, and it's doing that same thing in Southern California. The governor says the state's also working to find motels, hotels, even university dormitories that it can use during the pandemic. But hospitals are already feeling the pressure. Hospitals are running low on supplies, gloves, masks, protective gear that doctors need to feel safe to treat patients. And prior to this announcement, I spoke to Dr. Vivek Jain, who is part of the team leading San Francisco General Hospital's response to COVID-19. And he said doctors welcome public health interventions like shelter in place.
We're here and we're ready to take care of everybody, but we need the public's help in observing the maximum social distancing interventions that they can.
And since there's still this national shortage of tests, Jane says social distancing is so vital right now. He's in San Francisco, which already had a shelter-in-place order, and he said he was hoping others would follow suit, and now the whole state has.
All right, that's NPR's Layla Fadel in Los Angeles. Thanks so much, Layla.
Thank you.
Okay, so yesterday, NPR's Tim Mack reported that Republican Senator Richard Burr delivered a warning. It was to a private audience 3 weeks ago, and it was a warning about the impact the coronavirus could have here in the United States.
Right. Senator Burr compared the coronavirus pandemic to the 1918 influenza pandemic. That private message from the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee was a whole lot stronger than what most Americans were hearing from the federal government at the time. And there's now a new twist to this story. Reports that Senator Burr and one of his Senate colleagues improperly unloaded stock before the markets really tanked.
Okay, and Tim Mack is back with us covering this story. And Tim, you told us yesterday about this private warning that the senator gave to civic leaders and others about the impact of coronavirus. Take us to the next phase of this story. What did you learn here?
ProPublica and Open Secrets, jumping off of NPR's investigation, wrote stories suggesting that Senator Burr may have improperly benefited or profited by privately dumping stocks while reassuring the public that the nation was ready for the coronavirus epidemic. ProPublica reported that Burr sold off, quote, a significant percentage of his stocks, somewhere between $628,000 and $1.7 million worth of stock on a single day, February 13th. And what he dumped was notable, up to $250,000 worth of shares in two major hospitality chains that lost between half and 2/3 of its value since. Now, Burr's office said in a statement to NPR that these transactions happened before the recent market volatility.
But still, I mean, the timing of all this raises so many questions. Burr, you had told us, was not the only lawmaker getting these early private briefs. Was he the only senator to dump stock, as far as we know?
Well, senators are required within 45 days of selling a stock to submit a public report. Now, senators, like anyone else, do sell stocks. It's not necessarily indicative of wrongdoing to do so. That said, the Daily Beast found that Senator Kelly Loeffler of Georgia sold off 7 figures worth of stock after a private senator's briefing on the coronavirus, and then she also bought up to $250,000 worth of stock in a company that offers teleworking software. Her office told NPR that this was a, quote, ridiculous and baseless attack, and that investment decisions are made by third-party advisors without her knowledge.
Okay, so these senators' offices are saying that there was nothing to see here, basically. But, I mean, could there be fallout for them?
Well, there's a lot of uncertainty right now on the issue of coronavirus. So a lot of people are worried about their 401ks, and to hear that lawmakers might have benefited from insider information about coronavirus is a pretty unifying force. Conservative Fox commentator Tucker Carlson called for Burr to resign if he didn't have an explanation for this.
But he didn't warn the public. He didn't even disavow an op-ed he'd written just 10 days before claiming America was, quote, better prepared than ever for coronavirus. He didn't do any of those things. Instead, what did he do? He dumped his shares in hotel stocks so he wouldn't lose money. And then he stayed silent.
Progressive Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez joined these calls and also said that Burr needs to resign. It's a rare joining of hands from across the ideological spectrum. I expect we'll hear more about this issue soon.
All right. NPR's Tim Mack. Tim, thanks for all this reporting. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Don't travel anywhere. That is a warning coming from the U.S. State Department.
The department issued the so-called Level 4 advisory for all global travel. The message to Americans who are currently abroad is to come home, quote, unless they are prepared to remain abroad for an indefinite period, end quote. These warnings come as Italy's death toll from the coronavirus surpasses China's. More than 3,400 people in Italy have died as a result of the pandemic. That number is more alarming when you think about the fact that Italy has a population of 60 million compared to nearly 1.5 billion people in China. So it's a much bigger percentage.
Well, and let's go to Italy now. NPR correspondent Sylvia Poggioli is in Rome. Hi, Sylvia.
Hi there.
So doctors in Italy have been issuing these very public warnings to the rest of the world based on what they have been seeing there. What is their message?
They're saying, look at us. We're the COVID-19 laboratory for Western democracies. Put everyone in lockdown and get your hospitals and medical staff ready for what's essentially a wartime emergency. In the northern Lombardy region, which is the epicenter in Italy, they're scrambling to create more ICU beds. Some towns are turning old fairgrounds into field hospitals. Tents are being set up outside hospitals for triage. And there are some really difficult calls that doctors have to make. This is what Dr. Carlo Vitelli, a surgeon and oncologist in Rome, told me.
If you have a 99-year-old male or female patient, let's say patient, with a lot of diseases, and you have a young kid that needs to be intubated, and you only have one ventilator, I mean, you're not going to toss the coin.
And there's a very grim situation in Bergamo, northeast of Milan. Mortuaries can't keep up with deaths. The army was sent in to take piling up coffins to crematoriums in other cities. The government is footing the bill to spare relatives the cost of cremating the loved ones they weren't even able to see before they died. And it's now emerging that the virus had been spreading for months before it was detected. I talked to Dr. Giuseppe Remuzzi, who's been talking to family doctors. They told him they saw cases that looked like severe pneumonia already last November and December. That's before the world even became aware of the COVID-19 outbreak in China.
That I remember having seen very strange pneumonias, very severe, particularly in old people, in December and even in November. It means that the virus was circulating at least in Lombardy before we were aware of this outbreak occurring in China.
He told me it was impossible to combat something we didn't know existed.
Well, as terrible as the situation is there, I mean, with these deaths, I mean, there are people who are surviving this virus, right? I mean, what about those who have made it through and recovered?
Well, here's Daniela De Rosa. She lives in the Campania region south of Naples. She posted a video on Facebook a few days ago. She's breathing through the ventilator she calls the friend who saved her life. It was the first day she was able to speak after a long time in isolation at the hospital.
Buonasera a tutti. Io sono la dottoressa De Rosa, medico veterinario della provincia.
She told viewers she wants to send a message.
Non ancora tutti, se non pochissime persone, hanno realmente capito di che cosa stiamo parlando.
Very few people understand what's happening. I want people to see I'm suffering. Every single individual, De Rosa says firmly, must stay home and not endanger the lives of others.
I mean, Sylvia, you live there. What has it been like for you so far?
Well, a person described central Rome, where I live, as if a neutron bomb had exploded. All human life on the streets is gone, but the monuments are intact. Actually, there are signs of life. Very loud chirping birds. That's the new city soundtrack. It's isolating. It's difficult, but, I keep working to keep from being stir crazy.
Well, we appreciate all the work you're doing. It's NPR's Sylvia Poggioli in Rome. Thanks so much, Sylvia.
What is the best way for the United States to spend close to $2 trillion?
Over the weekend, Congress tried to answer that question. Lawmakers are negotiating over this gigantic measure to help the economy endure the hit that it's taking because of the pandemic. So Senate Republicans insisted yesterday that they know what they want, but then Senate Democrats blocked a vote to proceed on a bill, and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is talking about introducing her own bill.
NPR congressional correspondent Susan Davis has been following all of this. Good morning, Sue.
Hey, Steve.
What is the difference about what's been happening in the last 12, 14 hours?
Well, it's important to understand yesterday that the Senate didn't fail on a bill. It was a procedural vote, one of those necessary hurdles in the Senate to move forward on legislation. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell wanted to get it out of the way to keep it moving to get to a final bill in the next coming days. Democrats objected to it, and this was infuriating to Republicans. Here's Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell on the Senate floor.
The American people are watching this spectacle. So the notion that we have time to play games here with the American economy and the American people is utterly absurd.
Democrats objected to it, but Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer made clear he does believe they will ultimately get a deal.
Well, what do they disagree about in terms of the actual substantive ideas for how to spend almost $2 trillion?
Well, first, they do agree on the main pillars of this bill, which essentially would give small business loan guarantees and direct cash payments to Americans, But what they disagree about is a central part of it is Democrats want more money for hospitals, more money for workers who have been unemployed. And Democrats want more accountability for the money that's going to be in the bill to help companies, corporations. As Senator Elizabeth Warren spoke to NPR yesterday about those Democratic concerns, this is what she said.
I don't think anyone thinks that the airline industry, for example, is to blame for what has happened. But on the other hand, if they want to get taxpayer dollars, then we need to know that those taxpayer dollars are going to be spent in a way that helps the economy generally, instead of a handful of executives and investors.
The problem isn't necessarily the money itself, it's the disclosure of that money. The way the current draft of the bill was written, it would give the Treasury Secretary virtually all discretion on how that money would be spent, and Congress wants a little bit more disclosure, and they want to know how it's going to be spent more too.
Then they also want restrictions on companies. In fact, the president himself has said he would not like companies to take this money and buy back stock rather than keep workers employed, for example.
Right. They want the money to be spent to keep workers employed. Exactly.
Now, there is a little bit of pressure on lawmakers here, right? Because some of them are getting sick.
They are. Senator Rand Paul, Republican of Kentucky, was the first senator. There's been 2 House members, but the first senator to announce that he tested positive for the virus. That has also created, aside from very obvious health concerns on Capitol Hill, legislative concerns. His diagnosis has led to 2 other senators, Mitt Romney of Utah and Mike Lee of Utah, to self-quarantine. That's on top of 2 additional Republican senators already under self-quarantine. So the math of that is Mitch McConnell is now down 5 Republican votes, putting even more pressure on him to negotiate a deal with Democrats because he simply is going to need more of their votes to do that.
I think lawmakers had been hoping to get a final vote as early as today, but I guess that's not going to happen, right?
No, and they were never going to get a final bill done today. They wanted to get through one of these procedural hurdles. If they get a deal, if they announce a deal, that will be very reassuring to the markets, to the American people. They still probably would need a couple days to write that bill and to get it over to the House.
Sue, thanks for the update.
You're very welcome.
That's NPR's Susan Davis. Now, President Trump is activating the National Guard in California and in New York State and in Washington State.
Right. Those are the 3 states that have the most cases of coronavirus. The use of the National Guard is only one step in what looks like it's going to be a very long effort to limit the effect of the pandemic across the country.
And NPR White House correspondent Franco Ordonez is covering those efforts. Franco, good morning.
Good morning.
Why use the National Guard?
Well, the president says activating the National Guard would help free up state resources to protect those who need it the most without the states having to worry about extra costs and liability. As noted, it's part of this larger effort to help the hardest hit areas in the country. President Trump also said he was going to dispatch the U.S. Navy hospital ship Mercy to Los Angeles and another ship, the Comfort, to New York to provide more hospital space to those areas. President Trump said as well that the 3 states would also receive a large influx of masks, respirators, and gowns and other supplies they desperately need.
Okay, you just touched on some essential things here, and you realize that a big part of the federal response in a crisis like this is just logistics, getting first responders and emergency workers and so forth, the basic stuff they need, like those masks and respirators and gowns and face shields. And I'm thinking about World War II. In World War II, the government organized industry to produce lots of tanks, for example. Now they need this medical equipment. So what is the administration doing, and is that enough?
Yeah, I mean, if you ask many governors, they say the administration is not doing enough, particularly Governor Andrew Cuomo of New York. He wants drastic action. He wants the federal government to invoke what's called the Defense Production Act and order those manufacturers to supply this medical equipment, including masks, which are in short supply.
Time matters, minutes count, and this is literally a matter of life and death. We get these facilities up, we get the supplies, we will save lives. If we don't, we will lose lives.
But the president is actually pushing back. He says he doesn't want to invoke the Defense Production Act, which he says is akin to nationalizing business. And he actually pointed to Venezuela as an example. But state governments say they need the might of the federal government to marshal American industry and also distribute supplies fairly to states who are competing over these resources.
Another big job of the president, I guess, is to just reassure and hearten Americans and give them an idea of what's going on. I gather he tried a do-over at that yesterday.
Yeah. At one point, he really did go right at that issue. On Friday, he was asked about what he had to say to scared Americans, and he lashed out at the reporter who asked the question. But yesterday, he addressed it differently. Unprompted, he noted that these are challenging times, and he said that no American is alone as long as the country is united. It was a much different tone. At the same time, he also bounced across a wide spectrum of ideas and said things that we've come to expect, like rich guys, it's hard to run for president. He mocked Senator Mitt Romney for having to self-quarantine, but he also praised New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, for example.
Franco, thanks.
Thank you.
NPR's Franco Ordonez. Now, Franco mentioned New York State Governor Andrew Cuomo. New York is the center of the outbreak in the United States.
That's right. And New Yorkers have been ordered to stay home to keep the virus from spreading. So how are they coping with this?
Well, let's talk to NPR's Quill Lawrence, who lives in New York City. Hey there, Quill.
Good morning, Steve.
How have people heeded the order to stay home in New York, where so many of you live in very small apartments?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can see it in classic sort of views like Times Square, which is still lit up even in the middle of the night, but it's completely deserted. Restaurants are doing a lot of takeout, but they're shut. Still, over the weekend, and like it was sort of sunny and spring-like, and people were out in Brooklyn's Prospect Park, probably too many people. I spoke with Mike Wallach and Gene O'Loughlin. They're grandparents, so they're part of a vulnerable group.
Well, we thought we would kind of take a stroll in the park, but it's kind of too crowded. So we're heading back home.
Yeah, we're kind of surprised at the number of people who are out, so we're heading back home. Like, we are literally staying in the house and going to the grocery store once a day.
While I was there in the park interviewing people, I saw the governor's motorcade parked across Flatbush Avenue from me. And apparently he didn't like the crowds that he saw. He was ordering the city to crack down further on people gathering. There are still people using the subways, essential businesses, but there are a lot of people who can't stay home because they're homeless. I met a man named Romeo Santano who was panhandling near one of the hospitals.
I think my best option for me is to just be careful about things I touch and the way I actually interact with people physically.
So there are a lot of people in New York City who are in a tough spot, and as the virus ramps up and the economy grinds down, there are going to be more people vulnerable.
Quill, I want to make sure I understand the rules in New York State and in New York City. Is it against the rules to be out in a park if you manage to stay away from people? Is that something that you're not supposed to be doing?
No, everyone's been stressing that you can go out and have sort of solitary exercise, but clearly the number of people out, the governor found alarming, and he was saying that he just didn't think people were taking this seriously enough. He's proposed maybe even closing some streets so people do have more space to gather, not so tightly packed together.
Well, let's figure out how serious it is in New York State. How many confirmed cases are there in that one state?
I mean, whatever number I tell you is going to be obsolete by the time this program is over, but it's over 15,000 confirmed cases. It's increasing 50 to 100% every couple of days. So the curve really, it isn't flattening yet. Hopefully these measures will cause it to flatten. They're talking about bringing 4 temporary hospitals online, a lot of other measures that the governor says are essential.
Temporary hospitals. The U.S. government will help with this, the Army?
Yeah, the National Guard's been activated. The Army Corps of Engineers is setting up 4 of these sites around the city, one in the city at the Javits Center.
Quill, thanks for the update, and hope you do find a way to get some fresh air.
Thanks a lot, Steve.
That's NPR's Quill.
It's likely that many, many lives hang on the answer to this question. When is the right time for us to talk about loosening social restrictions? Well, President Trump is now saying he wants to have that discussion soon.
There are more than 40,000 coronavirus cases in the United States, around half of them in New York State. More states are ordering people to stay at home, Louisiana, New Mexico, and West Virginia just since yesterday. We do not yet know the results of social distancing that many people have begun practicing in recent days, and health experts have warned of a long fight. Severe economic damage means these restrictions cannot last forever. The question is how long they last. And at the White House yesterday, the president sounded eager to move on.
America will again and soon be open for business, very soon, a lot sooner than 3 or 4 months that somebody was suggesting. A lot sooner. We cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself. We're not going to let the cure be worse than the problem.
White House reporter Aisha Roscoe is on line with me this morning. Hey, Aisha.
Good morning.
Okay, so let's look at the chronology here. Last Monday, President Trump issues these guidelines advising people to socially distance themselves. That's a week ago. And then last night he says something kind of different, right? What is he saying now exactly?
Well, now he's saying he thinks it will be weeks and not months before things start opening up again. Trump said that he would listen to what medical experts have to say, but ultimately he would be the one to make the decision. He kept arguing that the U.S. could do 2 things at once, meaning the country can open up businesses and still contain the virus. Here's more from him.
We want to take care of our workers, so we'll be doing something I think relatively quickly, but we've learned a lot during this period. This was a very necessary period. Tremendous information was gained, but we can do 2 things at one time.
I should say that Dr. Deborah Birx, one of the medical experts leading Trump's coronavirus task force, was at yesterday's briefing. She would not say whether she agreed with Trump's assessment. She said she would look at the data over the next week, and then she would make her recommendation.
And Aisha, there's a really interesting distinction here that I think gets to the heart of the logistics of how difficult this is, which is that President Trump can say what he wants, but it is state governors and local officials who are making the decisions about these lockdown orders, about closing schools, about people staying home from work. They're doing it because of what medical professionals are advising, but they're not all doing it at the same time, right?
No, they're not doing it at the same time. And the federal government, it has not been the one driving these closures. Even though they put out these recommendations, they were voluntary. It's the states that are putting in place mandatory shutdowns for businesses and schools, and governors will still have that authority to make those decisions. So it's not clear exactly how Trump can roll all of this back.
Aisha, let me ask you lastly about this huge stimulus that the Senate is negotiating. We're talking about something in the neighborhood of $2 trillion. And there was an expectation that given the urgency, it would pass yesterday, and then it didn't. What happened there?
One of the big sticking points had been this proposed $500 billion Treasury fund that would be used to help various industries. Democrats are saying there's not enough transparency in how the money would be used and how the administration would manage the fund. Trump says he will provide the oversight and make good deals. That's a hard sell for Democrats. But right now, we did hear from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer early this morning, late last night, and he's saying that he does expect to have an agreement sometime today, that there are still little differences that need to be worked out, but they think that they could reach an agreement soon, but they're still negotiating.
White House reporter Aisha Roscoe. Aisha, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, so meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, Prime Minister Boris Johnson is ordering people to stay at home.
And he's saying the police will enforce that. Johnson's orders will shut down non-essential stores and public venues like libraries, playgrounds, and churches. Also banned are gatherings of more than 2 people who do not live together. And that includes weddings and other ceremonies, although excluding funerals.
No Prime Minister wants to enact measures like this. I know the damage that this disruption is doing and will do to people's lives, to their businesses and to their jobs. And that's why we've produced a huge and unprecedented programme of support both for workers and for business.
How long do these restrictions last? Johnson says 21 days to start, then they'll review it and decide if they need more. He said these restrictions will be reviewed and lifted as soon as possible, but they will last a while.
All right, let's go to NPR's Frank Langfitt in London. Frank, the big question, I suppose, is why these restrictions now? It's been a while.
Yeah, the reason really is people were not listening to the prime minister. He'd been urging people to do this. But you may have seen the photos on the tube yesterday, which were just, I think people saw them all over the world, and I think people were horrified. And people absolutely packed in, no social distancing whatsoever. So this clearly was not working. We had a glorious weekend last weekend. People were out in parks, and again, not socially distancing. Matt Hancock, the Secretary of Health here, called this really selfish behavior. And Johnson, dropped the hammer because people were not doing what he was asking them to do.
His speech was last night. It is now morning there. Can you suss out yet whether people are following?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, we're talking about a city of 9 million and it's greater. London area is enormous. But I did drive around this morning out in the suburbs. And I got to say, where I am out in a place called Weybridge, it's huge change. People are not out very, very much at all. Some people I saw jogging alone, maybe walking dogs, but the town itself completely shut down except for grocery stores. I went to the train station. The gates are open. Nobody's taking tickets. The 741, which is normally into London, which is normally packed, hundreds of people on the platform. There were just 10 people who got on. And I talked to one of the train guards who said there were healthcare workers and a construction worker too going in. But basically, people are keeping their distance and following the rules.
Let me ask you about healthcare workers. The big concern here in the U.S. is, are hospitals prepared? How is the health service there bearing up?
Well, it's been underfunded for a decade. This has been a huge story even before the coronavirus hit. And this was because of the global financial crisis. There just wasn't the money. And we're already seeing strains, which is very worrisome because we're not anywhere near a peak. And there's been a shortage of protective gear. The doctors have actually come out and nurses been pretty critical publicly. In one case, in a hospital back last Thursday, they had to wear trash bags because they didn't have enough gear. And now the government's saying they're going to be shipping more than 2.5 million masks to people. But as this gets worse and worse, I think we may hear more from the medical staff who are really worried and do want people to stay home.
And is the UK economy shuttering the way it is here at home?
It is, and I think it's going to have a huge impact. And for right now, it's just for 3 weeks, but people think it's going to last a lot longer than that.
NPR's Frank Langfitt in London. Frank, thanks so much.
You're very welcome.
Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has announced that the United States will cut $1 billion in aid to Afghanistan this year alone.
The secretary said that after a brief surprise visit to the Afghan capital. He was there to try to resolve a political crisis that has prevented Afghanistan's government and the Taliban from starting talks. They were supposed to talk after the United States and the Taliban signed a peace deal a few weeks ago.
NPR's Dia Hadid is following all of this from Islamabad. Dia, let me start by asking you, why did Mike Pompeo go to Kabul in person, especially in the middle of a coronavirus outbreak?
Right. I think it was calculated as a dramatic political gesture, indeed, flying in an age of a pandemic. And it was meant to shake Afghan leaders into finding a resolution to this political crisis that has paralyzed Kabul and which is endangering parts of the US Taliban agreement.
Remind us what the US Taliban agreement said.
Right. Let's go over this. In late February, America signed a deal with the Taliban that would allow most US forces to withdraw from Afghanistan, and in exchange, the Taliban promised not to attack foreign forces or host international militant groups. There was a second part to that deal as well, where the Taliban and the Afghans are meant to negotiate a peace agreement that would end the conflict in Afghanistan. But that can't move forward because of the bickering in Kabul.
What is going on in Kabul exactly? What is the bickering about?
So this is the context. The Afghan president, Ashraf Ghani, announced in February that he'd narrowly won elections that were held 5 months ago. But his rival didn't accept that and says he's the legitimate president. So there's now two governments in Afghanistan, and Pompeo was there to try reconcile them, and he failed. And so in a statement issued last night, he said that the refusal of these political leaders to cooperate had dishonoured Americans, Afghans and coalition partners who'd sacrificed their lives. It was quite harsh language from America's top diplomat.
Okay, so Pompeo is saying we will cut $1 billion in aid if you guys don't pull it together and figure out who the president of Afghanistan is, who's going to be talking to the Taliban. $1 billion, Dia, is a lot of money. Who's going to be affected if and when that money does not go to Afghanistan?
It's unclear because Pompeo wouldn't say how that money would be cut. But we do know that the Afghan government relies heavily on American aid, and they have now been silent. But Pompeo has said that these cuts can be reversed if Afghan leaders find a resolution. But if the impasse continues, another $1 billion in aid will be cut.
Okay, so he's ramping up the threat. Let me ask you about the two men each claiming to be president. Does either one of them look like he will back down in the face of this?
Right now, it's not clear. Ashraf Ghani's rival, his name is Abdullah, had said that he was disappointed by Pompeo's visit. There's been nothing yet from the Afghan government. So it's unclear at this point how this is going to play out.
NPR's Dia Hadid in Islamabad. Dia, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Lawmakers faced a few delays in agreeing on a coronavirus relief bill.
They certainly did, but if you think about this in terms of dollars per hour, they actually worked pretty fast. At around 1:30 this morning, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell stood next to Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, and they announced roughly $2 trillion worth of relief.
The men and women of the greatest country on earth are going to defeat this coronavirus and reclaim our future. And the Senate's going to make sure they have the ammunition they need to do it.
To all Americans, I say, help is on the way, big help and quick help. We're going to take up and pass this package to care for those who are now caring for us.
Okay, so what is the help? NPR congressional reporter Claudia Grisales is with us now. Good morning.
Good morning.
How does one spend $2 trillion?
So many ways. There are so many provisions in this package, many of which were talked up in recent days with senators on both sides hoping these provisions would make it into the final plan. Among them, for example, there will be payments, direct payments to Americans to rush kind of those concerns and address those concerns, those financial concerns for individuals. Unemployment insurance has been extended under this plan. It would go from 3 months to 4 months. So laid off workers would get pay for up to 4 months is what they're looking at. There also would be a Marshall Plan. This is what Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling it for hospitals and medical needs. And so that would look at more than $100 billion. And then there would be additional billions to buy up equipment and add to the national stockpile, kind of addressing all of these shortages that we're hearing about when it comes to
things
masks.
Like ventilators and so forth and masks, okay.
Exactly. So addressing that. So those are some of those key pillars. Both sides got a lot of what they were hoping to see in this final proposal.
And that's just the beginning of the list of what you're going through. There's a lot of stuff there, expanded unemployment insurance, other things. So much money. And we heard a big difference of opinion in recent days between Democrats and Republicans over who decides if that money is well spent. Elizabeth Warren, senator from Massachusetts, said this on NPR Monday.
You can't just take $450 billion handed over to the Secretary of Treasury and say, hand it out to your closest friends on a no strings attached basis. No, there have to be strings.
So she said, but are there strings in the final version of the bill so far as we know?
There are many strings. Democrats had been pushing for this in the Senate, and among them, they were worried about one provision in the proposal that would fund about $500 billion towards these larger businesses, such as airlines that are struggling with this pandemic. And the concern was the oversight, that they could send this money over, and then we could see layoffs or bumps in CEO pay. And so what they've installed, and this was one of the sticking points that held up negotiations, was an oversight panel. It'll be made up of congressional members. It'll be called the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee. And there will also be a new special inspector general to overlook how this money is being spent. And so they want to ensure that it's not being moved over to CEO pay and concerns like that. There's also strings when it comes to the president's businesses, vice president, members of Congress, to ensure that they're not eligible for these loans that will be part of this bill.
In a few seconds, what happens next?
So we could see votes on this in the Senate. We'll await the House reaction later today. They could, if they're on board, approve it later this week and send it to the president's desk.
Claudia, thanks for the update.
Thanks so much.
NPR's Claudia Grisales. Now, the president took up part of yesterday with a kind of dream scenario.
Yeah, he went on Fox and he said that he'd like to see the country up and running by Easter. He said he wants to see the churches full. That is April 12th. Public health experts quickly said that timeline would be very dangerous, and later the president did acknowledge that he should be guided by data. In New York City, where they are having a big problem with the pandemic, Mayor Bill de Blasio dismissed this idea out of hand.
I think the notion that we could be, quote unquote, back to normal in the month of April is absolutely inconceivable at this point.
More than 15,000 known cases of coronavirus in New York at this point. The situation there is so serious that Dr. Deborah Birx of the White House Task Force said that people should take special measures if they plan on leaving the city.
Everybody who was in New York should be self-quarantining for the next 14 days to ensure that the virus doesn't spread to others, no matter where they have gone.
Wow, NPR health correspondent Rebecca Hersher has been covering the situation in New York. Rebecca, good morning.
Good morning.
What makes that measure necessary for New York City?
Well, the virus has spread really rapidly in New York City. The concern now is that the virus is so prevalent that if you've been there, you may have been exposed. So if you've left New York City recently, officials are asking that you stay in your home, quarantined for the remainder of the 14 days since you left, even if you feel okay. Remember, the virus can spread even if you have very mild symptoms.
And you can see why this has to be a request. They're talking about somebody who might have left New York 4 days ago, 7 days ago. They'd like you to count back and count forward and spend some time at home.
Exactly.
Now, what are you hearing about conditions in New York City as the number of cases in the hospitals grows?
Well, most of the major hospitals in New York City say they have limited supplies. That supply issue is just huge. We're talking about masks, we're talking about gowns, face shields, gloves, hand sanitizer, basic stuff you need to safely treat COVID-19 patients. Most hospitals I spoke to have about 1 to 2 weeks of supplies. That might sound like a lot, but it's really not. And most hospitals are doing some kind of rationing, locking up supplies to make sure people don't take more than they need, maybe don't even steal things. And then there's this issue of beds. Everyone is talking about beds. How many beds are there? There are not enough beds in New York City to accommodate the surge in sick people that's expected in the next few weeks. The number of beds needs to more than double, which is huge. So it's basically impossible without federal government help. Right now, FEMA and the National Guard are setting up 1,000 extra beds in a convention center in Manhattan. Same thing in college dormitories in the city. But they're racing against the clock right now because that curve of coronavirus cases, it's very steep in New York. It's getting faster very quickly.
The number of cases has been doubling every few days, if I'm not mistaken. So what pressure does that put on doctors and nurses?
Enormous pressure. And I'm hearing a mix of selfless bravery and fear, frankly. People are concerned. One doctor told me he woke up in a cold sweat the other night because he realized he hadn't updated his will. This is a longtime doctor in New York City, and he just is concerned.
Rebecca, thanks for the update.
Thanks so much.
That's NPR's Rebecca Hersher. Next, we have an update on a story that NPR's Tim Mak broke last week.
Right. First, let us remind you what happened. Richard Burr, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, went to a North Carolina luncheon back in February. He told the group of people there, the exclusive group of people there, that the coronavirus was going to be as serious as anything since the flu pandemic of 1918. Tim got hold of a recording of him saying that. But outside the luncheon, this senator didn't give such a clear warning to the rest of the country. And remember, President Trump back at that time was often downplaying the scale of the pandemic. So after Tim's report, ProPublica broke a story about Burr. He dumped up to $1.7 million worth of stock, which is a big part of his net worth, on a single day after he was briefed about how serious the virus could get. Now, Burr is being sued.
And NPR's Tim Mak is here with an update. Tim, good morning.
Good morning.
What is the basis of the lawsuit and who's suing?
Right. So Alan Jacobson of California was a shareholder in Wyndham Hotel and Resorts. That's one of the stocks that Burr sold. He's alleging that Senator Burr exploited information available to him as a senator for personal gain. Thomas O'Brien, a lawyer representing Jacobson, said they're trying to take the lead in holding Burr accountable.
There's a vacuum there, and we're not waiting for the federal government, regulatory agencies. We're moving forward to remedy the wrong that the senators created against our client and others.
I should note I reached out to Senator Burr's office for a comment for the story, but received no response. Previously, he has said that he relied on public news stories to make his stock decisions. He also says he's asked the Senate Ethics Committee to open an investigation into his own actions.
Yeah, now it's meaningful that somebody from a hotel chain connected with a hotel chain would be suing him, because you can see how that business would be especially affected by this particular news that was looming. Could the senator face legal action beyond this lawsuit?
Well, the big question is whether the Justice Department or the Securities and Exchange Commission will open up an investigation based on the facts we already know. I spoke to Katie Goldstein. She used to lead these sorts of investigations in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York.
When I first read the allegations, the thought that crossed my mind was, it seems likely to me that there will be a grand jury investigation of this conduct. The circumstances were such that I thought it was likely that a U.S. Attorney's Office, perhaps the Southern District of New York, would open an investigation.
To be clear, there's no evidence that an investigation has started. I also reached out to the Justice Department and the SEC, and they had no comment.
We've heard from some senators saying we should not be allowed to do this. We should not be allowed to trade in individual stocks. But are they moving to change that rule?
Well, lawmakers in the House have introduced what they call a Ban-Conflicted Trading Act, which was first championed by Jeff Merkley of Oregon in the Senate. It would prohibit lawmakers from trading individual stocks. So along with Congressman Joe Neguse and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy is one of the lead sponsors of the legislation.
I think it's time that the public knows that their members of Congress are not profiteering off of information that they gain through their public service. It's not fair and it's not right.
Well, Democrats are the initial co-sponsors to the legislation, but given the bipartisan outrage at Burr's actions, they have some hope that Republicans will join them.
Tim, thanks for your reporting on this.
Thanks a lot.
The Senate has passed a bill to inject around $2 trillion of emergency relief into the U.S. economy.
That vote brings Americans a little closer to receiving cash from the government, some compensation for the economic disaster of fighting the pandemic. Here is Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
There are millions of Americans watching us right now at home on their televisions, separated from friends and family, fearful for their children and their livelihoods, unsure of when the time will come when all of our lives may return to normal. Let us tell them tonight that help is on the way.
How is that help going to work? NPR congressional correspondent Kelsey Snell is on the line. Good morning, Kelsey.
Good morning.
So when should people start to expect checks in the mail, and how much should they expect to be getting?
Well, the question of how much kind of depends on whether or not the IRS has already access to your bank account information, because then they can do an electronic transfer. And that's something that Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin says could take place in the next couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks. Now, when it comes to paper checks, people who don't have that information on file, we don't really know the answer to that, and we're waiting for more information. When it comes to how much, now, individuals earning less than $75,000 would get a $1,200 check. That goes for both parts of a married couple. So if a married couple is making $150,000, they would each get $1,200. And it would start to phase out after that and go away completely for people making under $99,000. And parents would get $500 per child.
How soon could people see the money? And it sounds like what you're saying is there could be delays on when you see the money if the federal government doesn't already have your address on file?
If they don't have your bank account information
Okay.
on file, because these electronic transfers can be done more quickly than printing checks and sending them out to people directly.
And Kelsey, we should point out that this is not just about individuals, right? This is also about businesses.
Right. This actually, the largest portion of this bill is focused on getting money to big businesses. And then there's another separate pot of money for small businesses. When it comes to big businesses, the money is focused on loans primarily, with some really interesting strings attached. There would not be an opportunity for large corporations to do stock buybacks for the entirety of a loan plus 1 year if they accept money from the federal government. There's a provision in here that prevents the president, the vice president, cabinet members, and members of Congress from accessing any funds from this relief package.
Okay, so some things we learned from the financial crisis, if you ask an economist about that. Every senator that voted, and there were 96 of them, right?
Yeah, so every senator who was present for this vote voted yes on this.
Yeah.
And I think that is a really important message because it will head over to the House for that vote on Friday. And it sends a message to House members that this is an effort that supersedes partisanship in a way that we haven't seen before. If you think about it, $2 trillion is a massive piece of legislation. And I have never seen a vote this large on a spending bill, really of any size.
When is the House expected to take up the bill?
The House is scheduled to take that up on Friday, and the expectation is that the White House could receive it that day. It's possible that the president could sign it into law before the end of the week. The goal is to get the money out to people as quickly as possible.
NPR congressional correspondent Kelsey Snell. Kelsey, thanks so much.
Thank you.
We do not know exactly how many people have lost their jobs because of the coronavirus, but responsible estimates suggest it is millions of people.
In California alone, more than 1 million people have filed for unemployment in less than 2 weeks. Today, we get a national picture. The Labor Department releases the number of unemployment claims from last week, which was a week in which large parts of America began to shut down.
NPR's Jim Zarroli has been watching this from New York City. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
So what are you expecting when these numbers come out today?
I mean, it's going to be brutal. We are going to see record numbers of people filing for unemployment. The estimates from economists that we've seen so far are just enormous. I mean, the Economic Policy Institute says as many as 3.4 million people filed for claims last week. Just for comparison's sake, I mean, even during the worst weeks of the Great Recession, the number never topped 665,000.
Oh.
And in California alone, last week, we saw almost that many, 639,000 jobs lost, and that was just last week. So the number of jobs lost overall in the country last week is just way more than we have ever seen before. And of course, that's just last week. We're going to continue to be losing jobs for a while.
And we know, Jim, that some sectors of the economy are looking especially grim, right?
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, the losses will eventually affect every part of the economy, but a few industries have been really hard hit, like transportation, airlines, for instance, energy, restaurants, hotels, anything connected to tourism. I mean, we're seeing places like Florida and Nevada that depend on tourism really heavily hit very hard because nobody wants to travel right now. A trade group for the hotel industry says it probably has lost 1 million jobs since the crisis began. Also seeing a big drop in energy prices. So, energy states like Texas, where the oil and gas market is really important, have seen a lot of layoffs, but we're seeing layoffs everywhere.
One of the remarkable things here is how quickly this happened. I mean, it might seem long because of how much coverage everyone has done and how long we feel like we've been stuck behind closed doors, but it has not been that long. Compare where we are today to where we were, say, a month ago.
Well, you remember just before the virus struck, we were still in the middle of a really strong job market. We had a 3.5% unemployment rate in February. Now, the St. Louis Fed estimated earlier this week that we could see unemployment go above 30% in the next month or so, although it should come down pretty quickly. So a lot of people are just feeling whiplash right now. I talked to a guy named Adam Hill from Worcester, Massachusetts, who worked recently until a graphic designer as a company that does trade shows. And he says, as recently as a few weeks ago, the company was having a really good year. Then all of a sudden, trade shows began to cancel, one after another. Then within 2 weeks, 155 shows had canceled. Oh. So now he has been told he's going to be rehired once the economy rebounds. He's now been laid off. The company can afford to bring him back, but no one knows when that will be.
A lot of people, though, will be waiting for that moment. NPR's Jim Zarroli. Thanks, Jim.
You're welcome.
All right, so what is the truth about COVID-19 testing?
There are almost 70,000 confirmed cases of coronavirus in this country, and we know that because of expanded testing. But there's also a lot we do not know, again, because of testing.
There is still a lot of confusion over this, and NPR's Allison Aubrey is here to try and help us suss some of it out. Hi, Allison.
Good morning.
Okay, so part of the confusion here, a big part of the confusion, is that we are getting mixed messages about testing. At this point, are tests widely available?
Well, we heard Vice President Pence last night say, we're adding thousands of tests a day. But he also said this week, if you don't have symptoms, don't get a test. So for now, priority is given to healthcare workers and people with symptoms such as fever, cough, and shortness of breath.
So when you hear Mike Pence say, if you don't have symptoms, don't get a test, that sounds like a suggestion. But it sounds like what you're saying is there are actual restrictions on who can be tested.
That's right. That's the reality now, and things are evolving quickly, but decisions are being made without much data here. That's the downside of not having the testing. I mean, everyone in the country is being asked to hunker down because we know the virus is out there, but we don't know enough about who has it, where it's spreading. One way to determine when and where to relax these social distancing measures and the lockdown is to do much more testing. I spoke to Aaron Carroll. He's a professor at Indiana University School of Medicine.
We have to know who's infected and who's not. And there's too many people in the community who are infected and don't know it or who aren't showing symptoms. We have no idea who they are. And if we just lift the rules of shelter in place and let all of those people go out, we'll just snap right back into the growing curve of where we were before.
What is the best strategy then to get us out of this at this point?
Well, in really simplistic terms, there are two options here. Option A, lift the restrictions, go back to life as normal. This way, lots more people get infected. The upside, we get to what scientists call herd immunity, where many of us are exposed and then protected against the virus. We get there quickly. The downside, more people die, hospitals could be overloaded. Or option B, keep up the social distancing to flatten the curve. Fewer people get sick at any one time. It may take longer to get through this, but fewer people die and the healthcare system won't be overloaded.
Okay, so option B, social distancing, flattening the curve. Clearly, a lot of leaders, government leaders, local and state, are choosing that option. Is it possible then that we'll end up with a situation where some parts of the country will go back to normal sooner than other parts?
Absolutely. We heard Dr. Deborah Birx of the task force articulate this. She says, we are getting a better picture of where there's a lot of spread and where there's very little. Right now, more than half of all the cases are coming from the New York metro area. So the way forward for New York is going to look a lot different than the way forward in other cities.
I'm in Indianapolis. We're not having the same kind of difficulties that New York City is having. But right now, everyone is sheltering in place in Indiana because we don't want to get there. And we don't have a sense of where the infection is and who's at risk.
Testing can help solve the problem to help us figure this out. People who are positive could be quarantined and socially distanced. Broader restrictions could be softened in other places where there's not a lot of virus spreading.
NPR's Allison Aubrey. Allison, thanks so much for your reporting.
What would it take for some parts of this country to reopen?
President Trump has been pushing that question this week. You remember earlier in the week, he talked about people going to church on Easter Sunday. That's April 12th. But then he admitted that he doesn't have the data to show that would actually be safe. And then yesterday he tried again. He wrote a letter to state governors saying that he wants to create some guidelines that would let some counties in this country go back to normal life.
I think it's going to happen pretty quickly. A lot of progress is made, but we got to go back to work. We may take sections of our country, we may take large sections of our country that aren't so seriously affected, and we may do it that way, but we've got to start the process pretty soon.
So he says, and we will talk through the practicalities now, starting with NPR's Scott Detrow. Scott, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Why would it be so hard to open parts of the country and leave others locked down?
Well, if you want to know which counties are safe, you need to know more about who has the virus and who doesn't, and you would need a lot more widespread testing than is available right now. There's more information and more tests than there were before, but it's been notable in recent days when the president makes these types of statements, sets goals like Easter, the experts on his task force are very quick to say this needs to be based on data. And Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's one of the key people on that task force, was pretty blunt about this talking to Noel yesterday.
To be honest, we don't have all that data now uniformly throughout the country to make those determinations. But that's a major primary goal that we have right now, is to get those data, because you have to make informed decisions, and your decisions are informed by the information you have.
So this initial 15-day window ends on Monday, and there's been a lot of attention on that, and will the president shift course? But there is no indication that this granular county-level data will be available in the next few days.
So we're looking pretty far ahead on the timeline then at best. And aren't these decisions made by governors anyway?
Yeah, the governors have been driving this since the beginning. Earlier in the week, President Trump was praising Gavin Newsom of California and Andrew Cuomo of New York for taking aggressive steps. And since then, at times, he's gotten back into partisan sniping mode with Governor Cuomo. But as the president has been pushing to loosen restrictions, governors from both parties, notably Larry Hogan in Maryland, a Republican, in states where cases are going up, they're saying more is needed, not less. And in New York in particular, they are expecting that dreaded wave of patients overwhelming hospitals right around the same time that the president is saying we could be in the clear, around Easter.
Now, we got to remember the president commands enormous attention. Any president does. This president is especially talented at doing so. And what is the effect when the president takes that megaphone and talks of things he would like to do that sound desirable, but that just can't happen right now?
You are starting to see some signs that this is going the way that nearly every other national issue has in recent years, something that's viewed entirely through partisan lenses, or at least some signs that that's starting to maybe happen. So even as you have a lot of Republican governors facing this crisis, pushing back on what the president is saying and saying more is needed, a lot of his allies are starting to push for this Easter timeline as well and express skepticism online and on TV about the severity of coronavirus and repeating what the president has said at times, that maybe this isn't as bad as the flu or even car crashes, messaging like that. The direct counter response is opening up business as usual before its time could make this a lot worse on the health front and on the economic front.
So it becomes something people can argue about that divides them. Scott, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's NPR Scott Detrow.
This whole discussion about whether some places can go back to normal more quickly than others leads back to a question that we've been asking for months. Where is the information from testing?
NPR health correspondent Rob Stein joins the discussion now. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Let's follow up on what Scott just said. Is there enough information to begin selecting a region that's safe or a county that's safe even?
Yeah, public health experts say it is encouraging, that the administration is talking about coming up with some kind of specific criteria to make these kinds of determinations, and that it would be based on hard data. But as Scott suggested, they're pretty much scratching their heads on how we might get enough good, reliable data like that anytime soon. Here's Jennifer Nuzzo from Johns Hopkins.
I just don't think there's a way right now for us to even know which counties are high risk and which counties are low risk. To be able to say here is where people do not have to worry about getting the virus, we just don't have that kind of data.
Although the administration points out they've done, they say, more than 500,000 coronavirus tests and many more in the pipeline pretty soon.
Right. And all this testing will certainly help and may eventually get us there. But remember, this is a big country. So, 500,000 tests is still just a drop in the bucket in terms of what a huge nation like the U.S. really needs. And giving places a false sense of security could be dangerous. It could be kind of just setting the stage for them to become the next New York. Here's Jennifer Nuzzo again.
Telling places that aren't yet hard hit, don't worry, you're essentially sort of inviting chaos and stress.
How did we get to this point of being an under-tested country?
Well, first there was the defective tests, then there weren't enough tests, and now we're running into another problem. We're running short of the stuff we need to do the flood of testing that's finally becoming available. Specifically, I'm talking about three things. The swabs we need to collect the samples from people's noses, special shipping materials we need to keep the samples safe until they get to the labs for testing, and the chemicals needed to actually extract and analyze the genetic material from the virus. That's snarling the testing and delaying the results and forcing labs to turn people away. And ironically, the big ramp up of testing is actually making things worse. Here's Joanne Bartkus. She heads the state public lab in Minnesota.
Think of chocolate chip cookies. You need flour and sugar and eggs. And we've got enough flour to make, 24 cookies, but the host has just invited 500 people to our party, and now we're going to be short of sugar. And then we get sugar in, and then the eggs are gone.
Yeah, you got to have all the ingredients. I get that. Let me ask one other thing, though, Rob. You've just told me there's a shortage of testing, and yet in spite of a shortage of testing, the United States is now reporting more cases of coronavirus than any other nation on Earth, including China. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's always hard to know how accurate any of these numbers really are, the numbers coming out of China, our numbers. But a lot of public health experts say that with all the testing issues and other problems, the U.S. kind of squandered a window of opportunity to get ahead of the pandemic. And China fought the pandemic very differently than the U.S. has so far. In addition to massive testing, China deployed legions of health workers to track down and isolate every case and quarantine all their contacts. That's something that, underfunded U.S. health departments haven't been able to do, and it's hard to imagine they'll be able to do anytime soon.
Rob, thanks.
No problem, Steve.
That's NPR's Rob Stein. Now, the House is set to pass the largest emergency relief package in American history.
Yeah, that's right. $2 trillion, roughly $2 trillion will be injected into the U.S. economy. The Treasury Department will use $500 billion of those dollars to help out corporations, which is a lot of money. So who is going to be overseeing it?
NPR's Tim Mack joins us next. Tim, good morning.
Good morning.
I want to note this was a big division in Congress when they were debating the terms of the bill. The president said, I'll do the oversight. Don't worry about that. Democrats said, actually, no. We need somebody independent to do that. So who's going to do it?
Well, the bill creates what is called the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee. That's made up of existing inspectors general from various government agencies who will work together to conduct investigations and audits into these programs. The legislation also allocates $20 million for the Government Accountability Office and includes a special inspector general for pandemic recovery to focus on that $500 billion in Treasury Department funds you just heard about. And finally, there is a Congressional Oversight Commission that will be required to report to Congress every 30 days about the impact of the bill. Liz Hempowitz works at the Project on Government Oversight, and she praised the frequent reporting requirements in the bill.
It does allow you to also do kind of that real-time oversight that's going to be really important in a situation like this where the money is being spent very quickly.
So they've kind of woven oversight into the heart of this bill to try and reduce the chance of corruption.
Sad to say, I suppose the people who worked on this were able to draw on not so distant experience. It was just a little over a decade ago that there were gigantic stimulus bills to save the country from the Great Recession.
Right. So here's one example. Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren played a role in the TARP bailout. She chaired an oversight panel for that experience. And so she played a role also in getting the Congressional Oversight Commission into this bill. Here's an example of how that happened. On Monday evening, as you mentioned, Steve, President Trump answered a question about funds in the coronavirus legislation.
Look, I'll be the oversight. We're going to make good deals. We make good deals.
That alarmed Warren, who, according to a source close to the senator, called Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer that night to see if they had locked in better oversight provisions in the bill. And other lawmakers are also taking credit for some other provisions related to accountability. Carolyn Maloney, who chairs the House Oversight Committee, also offered ideas for the Committee of Inspectors General we talked about.
Okay, so they've ended up with these several different forms of oversight. What are outside groups saying about how strong they'll really be?
Well, so there are some holes that watchdog groups have identified. One group points out that the bill doesn't prohibit corporations from using the funds for political purposes. And another realized that 4 of the inspectors general on the commission we've been talking about are acting IGs. So they haven't been confirmed by the Senate and have other jobs that they also have to do on top of their oversight responsibilities.
There's going to be fraud. There's going to be waste in some of these recovery funds. And there certainly will be profiteering. I think every CEO in America is going to want to get their hands on a piece of this check.
That's Molly Claflin, the Chief Oversight Counsel at the watchdog group American Oversight.
But I think this bill at least gives Congress, the GEO, and the Inspectors General the mechanisms to try to hold things accountable and make sure that the funds are spent in the most responsible way to benefit the American people.
So government accountability groups are generally optimistic with these oversight provisions.
In any case, there will be some independent oversight, and we'll see how it works out. Tim, thanks so much.
Thank you.
It looks like we better get used to social distancing.
The better you do, the faster this whole nightmare will end. Therefore, we will be extending our guidelines to April 30th.
That was President Trump speaking in the Rose Garden yesterday. He announced that he is extending the nationwide social distancing guidelines beyond the original 15 days. This was a big shift from just a couple days ago when the president said that he hoped to get people back to work by Easter, which is April 12th.
That's right. Let's bring in NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith. Tam, big change in tone from the president week to week during this crisis. What is contributing to him shifting now to saying that we've got to stay at this for some time?
Yeah, those 15 days have been a journey. President Trump started out resolute about the public health need to shut everything down, but he was also watching stocks tank and unemployment spike, and he was hearing from friends in the business community, conservative economists, seeing people on Fox News talking about this. By early last week, he was saying the cure shouldn't be worse than the disease and talking about sort of a grand reopening with churches packed by Easter, which, to be clear, public health experts warned would be a terrible mistake.
Right.
But no sooner did Trump say that than the ground began shifting beneath him again. He saw images on TV of a New York hospital in the same Queensboro where he grew up, overwhelmed by patients, a refrigerator truck parked outside for bodies of the deceased. You know, a little more than a month ago, President Trump predicted the number of U.S. cases would get down to near zero. Last night at his press conference, he was saying 100,000 American deaths would be a success.
If we could hold that down, as we're saying, to 100,000, it's a horrible number. Maybe even less, but to 100,000. So we have between 100 and 200,000. We all together have done a very good job.
And that's how you get to President Trump saying last night that nothing would be worse than declaring victory before a victory is won.
I mean, it's just stunning that 100,000 deaths in the United States would be a best case scenario. I mean, how does the administration get to that number?
Immunologist Anthony Fauci, one of the top advisors on this crisis, Dr. Deborah Birx, the White House coronavirus task force coordinator, they reviewed a dozen models about how this epidemic could progress. They made their own projections. And, you know, for much of last week, they had resisted publicly talking about specific numbers, but that changed yesterday. Here's Dr. Fauci.
Dr. Birx and I spent a considerable amount of time going over all the data, why we felt this was a best choice of us, and the president accepted it.
And I'm told that seeing that modeling likely proved decisive in President Trump's move to extend this shutdown for another month.
But I mean, we still don't know where this is going, even experts, right? I mean, so we might keep getting a message from the top that could evolve.
As we have for the course of this whole thing. Over the next couple of days, President Trump says that the coronavirus task force will finalize plans for a path forward and provide a summary of their strategy as well as the supporting data.
All right. That's NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith. Tam, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so as Tamara just noted, President Trump says extending the social distancing guidelines is based on these new models that could help predict how the outbreak will play out in the U.S.
Right, and let's bring in NPR Global Health correspondent Nurit Eisenman, who's been looking at some of those models. Hi, Nurit.
Hi, David.
Can we just start with that number that's still sticking in my mind? I mean, the president almost sounding like keeping this to 100,000 deaths should be a relief to us. Can you just put that in perspective?
Yeah, look, if the U.S. had mounted a more aggressive response sooner, earlier in the year when the first cases started popping up, if there had been enough testing capacity to pick up on those cases and act, instead of allowing all this undetected transmission to go on for weeks, then maybe the death toll would have been projected far lower than 100,000. But at this point, the U.S. already has tens of thousands of cases. So the models tell us probably the best that can be hoped for is to keep the death toll to about 100,000 people. That 2.2 million number of deaths that officials have said the U.S. is avoiding, that was from an older model based on what would happen if no action was taken.
Well, let's talk about this new modeling. What exactly are officials looking at, and what is it telling them?
At the press conference, Dr. Birx said that she and her team had put together internally that modeling, and they're going to be revealing details of it tomorrow. But she also said that by coincidence, it's very similar to a model that researchers at the University of Washington released late last week. And what those researchers are saying is, okay, right now, this large number of people in the U.S. have already been infected with the coronavirus. And that means no matter what, some of them are going to pass the virus on to some number of additional people who will then pass it on to some number of others. And the key question is how many others? So this model takes into account the dates when various states put in their stay-at-home rules that really slow the spread, by cutting down on how much face-to-face interaction people have. And the researchers modeled if those rules are kept in place through June 1st, what will this inevitable wave of infections look like? When will the largest number of people flood into the hospitals?
And that would be the peak. I mean, when would that be, and what would that mean?
Yeah, so mid-April, and on that day, it's projected that more than 2,300 people will die. Between 116,000 to 467,000 people will need to be hospitalized. In a lot of places, that need is going to outstrip current ICU capacity. But that's the projection for the country as a whole. The timing of the peak will actually vary from one place to another.
Oh, so the geographic will matter here. I mean, so what exactly would the timing look like in different spots?
So New York State, which has the bulk of cases right now, is projected to peak in about a week. Louisiana and Michigan are projected to peak in just under 2 weeks. And then there are states, South Carolina, Virginia, Colorado, that are not projected to peak for about a month. And of course, even after the peak, there will still be many new cases each day. It's just that post-peak, the number of daily new cases will start to diminish until things peter out by June.
I mean, I know this is the question everyone wants to ask you. I mean, as this spreads from different parts of the country to other parts of the country, is there a time when we'll be able to say that the outbreak is actually over?
Well, I put this question to the lead researcher behind the University of Washington model, Dr. Chris Murray, and he said, no, after this wave is over, the U.S. will not be out of danger because after the first wave of infections, most Americans will not have been infected. People won't have immunity. Let's take a listen.
Our rough guess is come June, at least 95% of the U.S. will still be susceptible. And that means, of course, it can come right back. And so then we really need to have a robust strategy in place to not have a second wave.
That's his recommendation.
Avoiding the second wave will be the next critical step. NPR Global Health correspondent Nurit Eisenman. Nurit, thanks.
Glad to do it.
So we know the number of cases in New York is projected to reach its high point in roughly a week. Already, nearly 1,000 people there have died from the coronavirus, which is by far the highest death toll of any state. Meanwhile, the mayor of New York City is warning that they are running low on critical medical supplies.
Now let's talk about that dire situation in New York with NPR's Joel Rose. Joel, how did we get to this milestone in New York?
Well, New York reported more than 200 deaths from the coronavirus just yesterday alone, and that was the biggest one-day jump that we've seen so far. But that number is likely to look small in the days ahead. Here's a pretty stark assessment from New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
I don't see how you look at those numbers and conclude anything less than thousands of people will pass away.
I mean, we've seen some of the personal accounts from hospitals in New York City, Joel. I mean, how bad is it getting there?
Well, the hospitals are under a huge amount of stress, especially in New York City, which now has more than 30,000 confirmed cases. Mayor Bill de Blasio says the city and its hospitals have enough protective equipment on hand for about the next week. except for ventilators. De Blasio says the need for ventilator machines is even more acute. Here's de Blasio.
This is a race against time. Yesterday, we sent 1,400 ventilators out to our hospitals. That is a huge step forward, but we have a long, long way to go.
New York City is getting help from a wide range of sources. For example, the nonprofit Samaritan's Purse set up a 68-bed temporary hospital in Central Park. FEMA has set up thousands of temporary hospital beds inside the Javits Center. There's the Navy hospital ship we've heard a lot about that is on its way to relieve the pressure on city hospitals. But there is still a concern that all of this may not be enough, that the city's health system is still going to be overwhelmed when the number of critically ill people starts to peak, as we've heard, like in the next week or weeks.
Well, Joe, one of the many concerns is that this disease seems to be starting to spread inside correctional facilities. Those are places where it's like all but impossible to do social distancing. What do we know about the situation there?
Yeah, more than 200 confirmed cases of coronavirus among the staff and inmates in New York City's jails, including the infamous Rikers Island complex. And this is a big concern because public health experts say once the virus gets into an environment like this, it is very, very hard to stop because you can't do social distancing or even really wash your hands adequately. So there's been a lot of pressure to get the jail population down. New York City has released more than 600 inmates so far, according to the mayor, but the city is facing calls to release even more.
So the president extends this social distancing guideline through April. Given how bad things are in New York, would it be worse if there wasn't social distancing? Is that helping?
There is some evidence that it's helping, that the number of confirmed cases is not growing quite as fast as it had been. About a week ago, the number of cases was doubling every 2 days. Now the number of cases seems to be doubling about every 6. But when you look at this curve going forward, there's no way to avoid the idea that we're looking at a couple of very difficult weeks, something we've almost never seen in this country in about a century.
That's for sure. NPR's Joel Rose reporting on that situation in New York State. Joel, thanks.
How many Americans are infected with the coronavirus?
It is the most basic question, and yet it's really the hardest to understand the answer to. From the early days of the outbreak, a shortage of tests has made the illness hard to track. The president now says 1 million people have been tested and that more tests are on the way.
Let's check those statements against the demand for tests across this country. NPR health correspondent Rob Stein is on the line. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
1 million is a lot of tests, but is it enough tests?
Well, officials also say there are now about 100,000 tests being done each day, but it's still probably not enough, even though those numbers do reflect the fact that after this botched rollout of testing that left the U.S. scrambling to play catch-up, coronavirus testing has finally started to increase, big time. But some experts say a country as big as the U.S. needs to be doing like hundreds of thousands of tests a day to really have a chance to beat back the virus. And we're certainly still hearing lots of complaints from doctors and patients around the country who are still really desperate for tests.
Will a test that the president showed off yesterday help at all?
A lot of people are calling this new fast test, it's a 5-minute test, a game changer. Here's FDA Commissioner Stephen Hahn, who was at the White House task force briefing yesterday.
A test that gives you a result where you're getting care. This is truly a patient-centered approach, whether it's the doctor's office, a hospital, an emergency room, an urgent care center, or a drive-by testing site. Just like tests for flu or strep, where you go to the doctors, you get the test done, you can get an answer within minutes of having this test done.
And in addition to being quick and easy, the test comes with everything that's needed to do it, the swabs and all the chemicals, the stuff that's been starting to run short around the country. The company that makes it is promising to deliver 50,000 of these tests a day starting tomorrow. So if that really happens, it certainly would be a big boost. But still, alone, it's probably not going to get the U.S. where it needs to be right away. And, as we keep saying, testing is really key to winning this battle. If we can't test enough, we don't know where the virus is hiding and spreading and can't begin to beat it back.
Well, let's remember, in the absence of widespread enough testing, people are being told to stay home by the millions, sheltering in place, if that's the appropriate term. Is there evidence that all of that effort is paying off?
We have started to see some clues that these tough strategies may be starting to pay off, like the first hints of what could be a slowdown in Seattle. But New York is still under siege, and cases are rising fast in cities from coast to coast. Places like Boston, Philadelphia, Miami, Detroit, New Orleans, L.A. So we're probably going to have to live with these shutdowns for quite some time to keep trying to slow the virus down, to give hospitals as much time as possible, to save as many sick people as possible, and maybe come up with some kind of phased strategy for eventually reopening the country. That would need enough testing combined with intense efforts to keep the virus from exploding in other places or erupting again where we thought we had it under control. So, the other thing to remember is this might just be the first wave of the virus. So the hope is that scientists can find effective drugs and a vaccine to protect people who haven't gotten infected.
Rob, as you know very well, the president has already made it clear that he is going to allow social distancing guidelines, national guidelines, to extend beyond the original 15 days. They're at least going through April 30th, if not longer. But will the guidelines change as the details come out today?
That'll be really interesting to see if the White House lays out some kind of coherent long-term strategy for accomplishing all that so the country really can start to eventually safely return to some kind of normalcy.
Rob, thanks for the update.
You bet, Steve.
That's NPR health correspondent Rob Stein. Mayors and governors across this country say they need more.
More bed space, more protective gear for medical workers, more ventilators, more tests. States are working to ramp up capacity at their hospitals as more cities see their COVID-19 cases just multiplying. So are hospitals ready for the peak in cases that is coming?
NPR's Leila Fadel joins us now from California. Hi there, Leila.
Hi.
How are hospitals working to increase their capacity?
So governors and other local officials are asking for federal help, some of which has arrived or is arriving in hotspots, the epicenter being New York, but also places like Louisiana, California, Michigan, Washington State. They're purchasing gloves, masks, face shields, tests, and of course are scrounging for as many ventilators as they can find. The California governor yesterday even asking people to donate broken ventilators so manufacturers can fix them and hospitals can use them. In places like Michigan, the governor has said some hospitals could be in dire straits by the end of the week, even with the some 112,000 masks the state has gotten from the national stockpile. And I should note that in states like California, there's hope that early stay-at-home orders may mitigate the same level of surge we're seeing in New York. Meanwhile, these states are working to boost bed capacity at existing hospitals, building field hospitals with federal help, converting places like convention centers, even dorm rooms to medical facilities. Yesterday, the White House said it was further easing restrictions on where healthcare can be provided during this crisis, places like those dorm rooms.
As they ramp up, though, I'm thinking about people. You can throw up a field hospital in days, I suppose, but you can't create a doctor in days.
Exactly. And a lot of medical workers don't feel they have the proper gear to protect themselves from the disease. And so if they get infected, then who battles the virus? And in some cases, when they speak publicly or bring their own gear, they say they're getting in trouble.
Getting in trouble for bringing their own gear?
Well, bringing their own gear or wearing hospital-issued gear. So take Henry Nikicic in El Paso, Texas. He's an anesthesiologist, so he does a lot of intubations. He's 60, has asthma, is prone to upper respiratory infections. And so he was wearing his hospital-issued N95 mask all day in the hospital, including in the hallways. And he says the hospital told him to take off his mask because he was scaring patients. And when he didn't, he says he was taken off the rotation schedule.
Wearing a mask is one of the basic ways of stopping the spread of the virus. And the right thing to do is to wear a mask. To punish me for wearing a mask is something that I really feel is wrong.
So when I asked the University Medical Center of El Paso why he was taken off rotation, a spokesman said insubordination from the company he contracts with. He was told not to wear the N95 mask when he wasn't in the operating room or treating patients. And a few hours after I called the hospital for comment, Nikicic was put back on the schedule, and his contracting company said he's a good doctor. He was taken off the schedule because elective surgeries were canceled and there's been less demand for contractors.
Okay. Are there other hospital workers who say they've been punished for being, in effect, too careful?
Right. I heard a similar story from a Dr. Neely Buckaloo in Boise, Idaho. She brought her own fitted N95 mask. She was asked to remove it, and when she didn't, her assignment at the hospital, she says, was terminated.
There's lots of reasons I'm raising a huge big stink because it's wrong. It's unsafe. We'll never stop. We'll never flatten the curve if, hospital systems keep acting this way. And I am doing this because it's for the benefit of our country and our healthcare workers.
The American Academy of Emergency Medicine says it's also gotten a couple dozen similar formal complaints and hundreds of informal calls.
Okay. Layla, thanks for the reporting. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's NPR's Layla Fadel. Massive walls and guard towers separate Palestinians in Gaza from their Israeli neighbors, but they have at least one thing in common.
The coronavirus is on both sides of those barriers. In Gaza, the population is trying to contain the pandemic. Israelis are being told to stay home, though the political situation there is very much in motion.
NPR's Daniel Estrin has an update now from Jerusalem, where he is on lockdown in his apartment. Hi there, Daniel.
Hey, Steve.
Let's start with Gaza, which has only about 10 confirmed cases, which sounds good. Is it, though?
Well, it's worrying because Gaza is a unique case. I mean, we're talking about 2 million people living in a small seaside territory. We're talking about crowded conditions. Gaza's blockaded by their neighbors. It has suffered war after war after war with Israel, and its health system is hard hit. So at the moment, any Palestinian who crosses into Gaza is quarantined. Is it 100% quarantine? Well, there have been reports of families visiting their relatives in quarantine centers. And there isn't really a full lockdown in Gaza. And also very few people have been tested for the virus. So we don't know if it's already spread. And if it has, or if it does, the UN is worried the healthcare system could just collapse. There are 40% of essential medicines have run out there. There are only about 87 ventilators in Gaza total for 2 million people, and most of those ventilators are already in use.
Is the West Bank any better?
Well, there are far more cases in the West Bank, over 100 cases, but Palestinian authorities have imposed lockdowns there even earlier than Israel did, much stricter lockdowns. It's very difficult to move in the West Bank. Palestinians can't drive between cities. And suddenly, the very unpopular Palestinian leadership has gotten popular. Palestinians are rallying around their leadership for their strict measures.
Well, now let's talk about Israel, where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is said to be in quarantine. First, is he okay? And second, what is he doing while there?
He is okay. He has not tested positive for the virus, but one of his advisors did. So he's quarantined. He announced from his quarantine last night on TV that he's imposing even stricter lockdowns than what is here now. I mean, as of now, there's no more public prayer gatherings allowed, no more weddings. Israelis are now being told to hold their traditional Passover meal alone at home next week. And you can't leave your house a few hundred meters away from your house in most cases. Netanyahu, though, has, you could say, benefited from the virus. His corruption trial was delayed, and it looks like he'll actually continue to lead the country. His main political rival has basically folded.
Meaning that they have agreed, are getting close to agreeing on a unity government that Netanyahu would still be part of?
That's the idea, that Netanyahu would lead.
Okay. Daniel, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
NPR's Daniel Estrin is in Jerusalem.